Past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. We have a busy show indeed, and we are rolling. I have a podcast today. We'll explain RBU this week. Wheel of Meat has not spun. If it'll spin this week, we're not required to do it every week. It's just kind of a feel thing. Yeah, let's do it. So that's on the table for you. Don't forget Fix Mama's Mouth. You can register for that at rickandbubba.com. Click on contest. You can register Mama, but that deadline is quickly approaching. The $17,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney and his staff. It's there for you. Make sure you register quickly. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
How's everybody?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
the kind of answers I'm getting out of him today.
Yeah.
A lot of grunting.
Yeah. Well, he's been a little distracted today.
Yeah.
He had more peanuts come in.
Yeah, that's good. Thursday. Thank you, Don.
And he butt dialed his daughter at like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, that's good.
She's called him back.
I thought I had stopped. Have you ever done that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, I have to call Denver and do stuff to get the show ready every morning, and I just go off,
Right.
I guess I need to put it on. I need to redo that. But anyway, it's just I just look at recent calls and hit it.
Oh.
So when I went to hang up, it somehow dialed her number.
It is strange that I've done this before, and you feel like you've got it in time. Like
Yeah.
you feel like you've
Oh,
ended
I
it in
know.
time. Like the minute you hit it, you then hit the red button that says end call.
Hadn't even rang on your end.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
exactly.
And it still gets through to them.
Yeah.
yeah. So well.
Sometimes
Anyway.
I'll follow up with a text. Hey, ignore that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, something. Of course, she's
Probably-
already
Probably
awake.
what Greg
so-
should have done.
Well,
Yeah.
I was hoping that when she didn't
called it
immediately
on
call
time.
back,
Yeah, you
I
had
thought, well, I got
called
it in
it.
time. Because
Yeah.
then if I send a message, it's going boom.
But that time of the day, early, 4 a.m. Central Time, getting a call from Dad, it's probably not a good thing.
No,
So
no.
she's like, "Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
she
what's
wasn't happy.
wrong? What's
She
going
wasn't-
on?"
It wasn't very good.
But so that's kind of how our day started. I don't know how y'all's have started, but that's there for you. This week, I think we travel in a lot of the same circles, just never met in person, and that is Sean Dietrich, who is Sean of the South.
Sean
we've
of the
been.
South.
He is very well known in the South, especially.
Well,
he's
he's
got
out
a
of the South.
podcast. He's got his blog and all this kind of stuff. He's, I think, authored at least 9 books. He is on a different tour as well. And how about this? Has a big connection with Three on a String.
How about that?
And just, anyway,
I looked up and saw him on TV the other day with Brad Ryan.
Yeah,
They were
exactly.
playing.
Who's actually bringing him to the podcast
Watch
this week.
out.
But anyway, Sean of the South is our featured guest in this week's RBU. We kind of connected with him. We've listened to you, the audience, and a lot of you say, hey, y'all would really hit it off. So here we go. This week, RBU is Sean of the South, and we look forward to that. All right, so, in just a couple of weeks, and this is kind of funny because, let's see here, in about a week and a couple of days, we'll be out at Regions.
Oh, wow. It's
And
real.
we'll be doing our broadcast at the annual Champions Tour as it comes through. It's a major on that tour at Greystone Golf and Country Club or Golf Resort, whatever. Anyways, it's Greystone. I think it's Golf and
Country Club.
Is it Country
Yeah.
Club, or I thought it had resort in there? I don't know. But anyway, they have
And
two.
water park.
They have 2 courses. This is on the Founders course.
It's actually Six Flags over Hoover.
yeah,
There it
yeah,
is.
that'd be cool.
Call it that.
And anyway, so we'll be out broadcasting, and this is when Greg will say on that day and declare that he likes this and he's going to start playing.
Yeah,
and then
I like
he
it.
won't,
I
and
do
then we'll
like
look
golf.
up and it'll be another year.
Yeah, I'm not going to
and he
play.
won't
It's
do
too
that.
late.
But
It's too late.
buttoning everything up for that broadcast, and it ought to be a lot of fun. But we did get some email about, are y'all still going to be at the same location? It's like an annual thing for us. We go to this Pro-Am on Wednesday, May 10th, and will y'all be there on the Coca-Cola porch area that overlooks the practice putting green as well as the driving range? And the answer is yes. Lord willing, we will be there, and look forward to seeing all of you. So that's just a little side note as far as upcoming events go. The show will be on the road on May the 10th at Regions Tradition, part of the Champions Tour. Well, how was y'all's day yesterday? Everybody good? Fired up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I come in some rain today. I tell
Yeah.
you that.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's a
coming
lot
on
of
down
rain
this
coming
morning.
through the old South. lot of rain. Baseball season for a lot of colleges is winding down. You've got a couple of weeks left, and then you have conference tournaments, and so this will kind of dwindle away for us. But on Thursdays, it's always a panic for me to either meet my wife and then get to a game or go by myself because she's working and can't get off. In the Alabama JUCO baseball world, most Thursday games start at noon Central. And if our show is over at 10 Central and we have a podcast that we record at 10:30 Central, you can kind of see the scheduling problem there. But because of the rain coming through our area today being Thursday, they were proactive, which I love, and they moved Thursday's games to Wednesday. And so I found myself in Alex City yesterday down in Bubba's stomping ground.
That's right.
At CAC is Lawson State, and JC went down to play them yesterday. But I found myself up on a perch in right field. I like going there because they have like a hill that overlooks the baseball field in right field where you can drive your truck out there, your car, whatever, and you can kind of set up in the outfield.
Yeah.
And it was overcast and windy, and it was spitting rain for the first few innings of the first game. They normally play a doubleheader on Thursdays, and then that same team, we play a doubleheader on Saturday. It's a 4-game series there and host. And about maybe the 4th inning of the first game, the sun kind of came out, and the wind started blowing. And I found myself accidentally falling asleep.
Oh, I bet.
And, hey, I had it like I liked it, man.
Well, I'd have been out.
That sun kind of hit a little bit, and then Papa kind of laid down
Well,
and
if you
just
woke up and
chilled
all
out.
the games were over, you'd missed them.
Like in carpool line when somebody's knocking on the window,
that's
like,
bad.
sir,
I think you got
we
a
need you to
medical
move
emergency.
along. We need you to move along. But it was a quite enjoyable afternoon.
Oh,
I mean, it was.
Weather was good.
Yeah. I know at different parts, the system came through yesterday, and a lot of you got drenched. But where we were, it was a kind of an overcast sky.
Yeah.
But about, like I said, for a couple of hours, that sun broke through, and man, I mean,
you know,
kidding
if you
me?
just had your dog with you,
Oh, just running around? You
that'd have
kidding?
been perfect.
Huh?
It'd have been like a greeting card.
Felt like I should have given a couple of people more that said, "Hey," and
Yeah, you were groggy.
Well, I had the.
I'm
I
a little groggy.
Had my head, my hat pulled down to my nose,
Can't
kind
give
of.
you
It
much.
leaned back a little bit, like I liked it.
Oh, you got snoring.
It's almost like I was drugged. I was so calm.
Oh,
That's when I wish the doctor could take your blood pressure.
Yeah,
you know,
that-
like, hey, look, I tell you what, we're going to come visit you. We know you're going to be perched up in right field like you like
I'm
it.
kinda
We're going
jealous.
to take
Yeah.
your blood pressure.
I'm kind of jealous you got to do that.
Yeah. Hey,
that's
I
relaxed.
Hey, at one point, didn't even know what inning we were in.
Yeah, wait, where am I at?
What's going on? All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did... For a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. We're off and rolling here on the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget, Fix Mama's Mouth. You can register for that at rickandbubba.com under contest. Go there, check out all the details on how to register, the steps needed. Deadline is May the 4th, so don't procrastinate. Get Mama registered. And we look forward to the Dudney staff breaking it down to the top 3. Then they'll hit our website for a week. You'll vote, and we'll have a winner. I think on May 16th, Dr. Dudney will come in. We'll announce the winner. A handle.
Oh, wow.
It's,
people like you when your kids were young.
Well, the town.
People like him now.
That's true.
Yeah, remember we had a story.
They're referring to Lily, but you're right.
Two weeks ago.
I forgot he got in trouble.
Look,
I thought he was.
You talking about the blind umpire?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, if you call yourself, hey, I'm the blind umpire, that'll tell you.
Yeah, he's heard it before then, hasn't he?
But I've actually been pretty good. Yeah. I was sitting up like matured. I liked it yesterday. The town in New Jersey is implementing a new rule that if you argue with a Little League umpire, you'll have to umpire 3 games before you're allowed back as a spectator.
Hilarious.
So you know what it's like.
That's a good one.
You like that one? This is a little bit of what's going on.
They're coming here. They're being abused. They don't need that, so they're walking away. You are not allowed to come onto our complex until you complete 3 umpire assignments. Once you do that, then we'll let you come back.
If the parents are going to be sitting there yelling the whole entire game, they might as well use that energy like out on the field.
We're going to have some bad umping.
Boy, let me tell you.
It's a good rule.
They're going to have to get on the other side of the fence and umpire at least 3 games before you can come back as a spectator.
You know what that is? That deal when you look and go, well, if you think you can do better, you come do it.
Yeah.
And they'll go, okay.
So apparently 2 volunteer umpires, and I say volunteer umpires, I don't know why they're not being paid, but 2 volunteer umpires have quit in the last week. So they can't keep umpires. So I guess they're saying, all right, because of that.
Yeah,
and there is a nationwide
shortage.
umpire shortage.
Officials in all sports, there's a shortage.
Yeah, right.
I mean, at all levels.
Sure,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes, all levels.
So to counteract that, they're like, okay, well, if you're part of the problem as to why they won't stick around, then get on out here.
Because I remember last year's high school football officials, they were begging people.
Oh, it's
we
every
don't have
sport,
enough.
Greg. Every sport. And it even goes to the college level.
Mm-hmm. It's really
a lot of it's
really
because they don't
bad.
want to deal with idiots.
That's right. That's
because
right.
our society basically is starting. The idiots are taking over.
Well, there's no boundary.
definitely
I call
allowed.
them confident idiots because they think they're right, and they're not.
No.
That's the thing.
Stupid,
They're passionate.
Stupid confidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you go, how can you? Well, of course, the things we accept now anyway. I don't know why you would ask this, but
Right.
you look at it a lot of times. You go, now how can you actually have that opinion as a grown man?
Sure.
You know, are you really that stupid?
Now, there's always been, you know, come on, Blue. You know, there's
that's-
always been
that's
heckling, but now you have some umpires and others that just ignore it. But some, you know, they put their sensitive clothes on, and anything you say, they got rabbit ears.
I get it,
you know,
you know.
and so there's too much of that, and then there's
But it's a
also
byproduct of
people
this.
don't know how far. They don't have any boundaries. They go so far. It's like, what?
They do.
What are you saying? What are you doing?
Guys, how many stories have we done of umpires actually being physically assaulted?
Yeah.
Over a call.
Can't get to a car
Come on.
or whatever.
Now, look,
That's
there's nothing wrong with
ridiculous.
disagreeing with the call.
No.
And there's some good liners that you can use,
Right.
and that's okay because you're known for them, Speedy, and I get that. But but getting physical or cussing them from the stand, I mean, that's ridiculous. It's a stinking ball game.
It says here
Especially when 80% of those kids are not even going to be playing sports in 2 years.
Yeah, yeah.
It
So
says here
it's such a big deal.
if a parent or another spectator fights with an umpire, they have to volunteer to officiate themselves for at least 3 upcoming games. Not allowed to come back to the complex until they complete 3 umpire assignments. Once you do that, then you'll be able to come back, they say.
All right.
People are very comfortable making officials uncomfortable, so it's about time that we reverse the trend and they become uncomfortable since they like to bark
I think
it
it's
out.
a good rule. Like you say, go up. The next time when you're up there, you might. Oh, look! Don't get me wrong. Nobody hates a bad call worse than me, and I'll probably be a little irate about it. But after it's over with, that's the end of it.
Yeah,
you know. I mean, that's part of the game.
Sure.
A little bit of jawing,
right?
But they do take it too far.
Mm-hmm. And it's fun to see first time parents at a little league game. You know, when you're kind of a veteran that's raised 3 and they're at a 5U game and they're hitting off tees and screaming and going nuts, climbing the fence. You just want to go, really?
Oh yeah, a protest call at that age. You're like you're filing a protest. You know, some of the coaches.
Right.
You do know the kids don't even remember who won. The game,
No,
they ain't
not
got a
at
clue.
all. Not at all.
Yeah, you're right. We've said before, Little League sports would be great if the parents would stay at home.
Yeah, right.
Just drop them off.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, they said that the Little League International expects its participants and fans to, mind the rules at the highest level of sportsmanship or whatever, and the volunteers. They've got to keep them, and they can't keep them. If the new rule goes into effect and someone has to volunteer and suit up, officials say a certified umpire will also be on the baseball field to make sure they oversee, the calls. Because, I mean, you could have a dad or a mom that's never played or anything. It's just sitting there barking for their son or daughter, and then all of a sudden they're out there calling,
they're not gonna
calling
put-
stuff, and they don't really know what's going on. So they said a certified umpire will be out there, but you will have to volunteer.
You'll have to participate.
Yeah.
We live in such a delusional world. There's an Instagram post that I don't know if it's Instagram or TikTok. I think they're posted on Instagram where they'll say it's a voice and it says, "How did this turn into this?"
Right.
And it shows a kid, very little, 5 or 6, and then it shows them grown doing the same thing. And how delusional we are is the second one, where I'm expecting to see something that's excellent, is still not any good, and the parents think they are, bragging on their kids,
and nothing.
And so that's what you're dealing with at these ball games.
That's true.
It's called parent goggling.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly. They'll all be part of the main show right after top of the hour. So we look forward to that. And we thank all of you for making Rick and Bubba your choice for right now, either through YouTube, some of the greatest radio stations brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home, or all of the streaming options. We thank all of you for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. I have a story here because, Greg, I know we have fun with it, but it's kind of like me and smoking when I really don't smoke.
Yeah, but it's fun.
We'll claim that, you drink and flip everybody off in traffic when you really don't. There's a couple of times.
I flip a few people off, but not a lot.
I see here where a Georgia man has been charged after blocking the path of a school bus.
Blocking the path?
If you ask why, well, he's demanding the name and address of a child who he claimed flipped off his wife from the school bus.
So
the whole ordeal lasted about 30 minutes, and there's a couple of moms who were speaking, as far as mothers of kids on the bus, talking about what they witnessed during the situation. But he's 55 years old. O'Neill Barrett, was arrested and charged with disruption or interfering the operation of public schools. Did
the kid
deal.
flip off or not?
I don't really know. But
seems like we had that happen when I was in school. Somebody, they didn't block them, but they followed them to school and went and complained.
Yeah. I could see a little kid seeing somebody and then throwing
absolutely.
little birdie.
Now, do I run stop the bus? Probably not.
No. Here's one of the moms.
Goes through your mind. What if my child is hurt? I'm just flabbergasted that a grown man would have that kind of response in front of children.
I had no idea what he was capable of, if he had a gun on him.
He just showed himself, and they didn't know what was going on.
In today's world, here comes some guy mad. Look out!
Looks
Anything
like he's got a little bit of a mullet.
Yeah, probably not a great idea. Maybe he should have went to the school system and complained.
Right.
You probably don't take it into your own hands there in today's world, because we got crazy people out there, and people are going to assume you're one of them because they don't know what you're ranting about.
Right. It looks here like the judge set his bond at about $1,000, and he was booked on Wednesday, and the picture is precious. But they said the man was claiming the student made a vulgar hand gesture to his wife, and authorities there in the county are investigating, and they'll say they'll let everybody know exactly what happened through their investigation. But the 55-year-old man was arrested. He had enough, I guess.
Yeah, maybe should have went through other channels if you wanted to complain about a kid flipping y'all, because that happens.
Yeah.
It does.
And I don't know, maybe standing in front of the bus, not letting it go anywhere.
Yeah,
that's probably going to the next level.
In today's world, we have a mad man who's got the bus stopped and he's losing his mind. That you don't know what may happen.
When's the last time? Have y'all ever? I'm not asking you if
shot somebody
you're
from
giving
above?
it, but if you've ever received a hand gesture. When's the last time?
A couple weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems
In traffic.
Like in traffic, the last.
What
time
did you do to deserve it?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No. Well, I was just driving, and the guy wanted to, I guess, get over or something. I wouldn't let him because there was a bunch of, it was one of those deals
You're
where
being a little selfish.
Well, no, there's nowhere to go, and I've seen you in my rear view mirror. I've seen you in my rear view mirror, and you've passed all these cars.
Oh yeah.
I've seen you before
And
because we go the same way. Now you want over when all these other people
That
have
makes me
been.
mad.
Yeah, they've all these other people have kind of waited their turn, and now
Right.
you're not just going to fly up. Speeding, by the way, and nearly
Then try
have
to
a
cut
wreck,
somebody
and then try
off.
to cut somebody
Yeah.
off. You may do it, but you're not going to do it with me.
Right.
And I just kind of waved. I didn't flip him off back.
You double it up.
No.
But
he did give me the single finger salute.
The old finger.
I had
Hey,
one.
buddy.
I had one, and I'm talking about it was like I'm grabbing my knuckles, and it was like extended. I mean,
wow.
like way on
One
out there.
good one.
And it was a lady that was behind me, and to Helmsy's point, I guess because of my truck, she couldn't see in front of me, and she thought I was the one holding everyone up, and I didn't have anywhere to go.
But there was somebody.
And
holding-
buddy, she was not happy, and I looked in the rearview mirror, and she had it sitting on top of the steering wheel. I'm talking about just
That's creative.
So when I looked in the back, there it was. And then she eventually turned left and went into a subdivision. But as she was turning, she still had it up.
Wow, so she thought you were.
I'm like,
holding nobody
I
up.
don't know what to do, ma'am.
Be honest, you gave it back.
No, I just didn't know what. I just like I went like
I
this.
used to
like
give it-
I don't know
I
don't know what you want me to do. And I kind of put my hand like in front of me, like there's nothing I can do.
So you were trying to talk.
Listen,
I was
I'll be
a little
honest.
bit like that.
I'll straight up tell you, I used to do this. Whether I would initiate it and would give it back if somebody but I just don't. It's not worth it anymore. It's like
I'm
whatever.
working on that
It's
because my
stupid.
hand sometimes just automatically
Just
goes.
is uncontrollable.
Yeah.
It just happens. What
Every
about you guys that toot the horn all the time? You blow the horn constantly.
I don't blow the horn much.
I don't either.
So yeah, I don't either.
I probably should blow it more. Actually, I give a lot of people grace.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
don't
now people, it's kind of weird because I had a situation where a friend of mine's wife blew the horn at somebody that was in the wrong, and they made it to a red light, and he actually got out of the car and walked back like, "What's wrong with you?" And she was rolling up windows and all this kind of stuff. People, they're offended by everything, and so sometimes people take blowing the horn at them like, okay, what's up? You got a problem with me? And then some just blow the horn because they're just, I don't know.
I'll give you a
I don't
prime
know what the
example,
deal is.
And this is the last time I blew a horn at somebody. I'm out here on 459, and you know how traffic's moving pretty good.
Yeah.
And the person, now if this person had been driving reckless and speeding and all, that'd been one thing, but they weren't. Evidently, I was in the blind spot. I mean,
Okay.
it's nobody's fault. And they were coming over. I mean, we nearly hit, and I hit the horn real good. But I wasn't mad at them because I've done
You
that.
just let them know, hey,
Yeah.
I'm here.
I've done that myself.
Right.
And you feel terrible about it.
Was it
So-
a meh or was it
yeah,
a
and then they jerk back over.
Uh-huh.
So at that point, there's no reason for me to run up and keep blowing the horn or flip them off.
Right.
Because they just made a mistake. They weren't driving reckless. They just didn't see me. And I've done that.
Yeah.
Feel bad about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But hey, y'all, you couldn't have got a piece
What
of
I-
paper between the two vehicles. This is as close as you can get without
Yeah.
hitting.
What I am done with, and it doesn't cause the single finger salute, but it does frustrate the crap out of me, is when all of us are sitting in a red light and the third car is deep in their phone.
Oh yeah.
And listen, it's a red light, and I don't really know what the law is or rule is, but if you want to check a text message, whatever, while you're stopped, I don't care. I'm not going to be that guy that's
But
like, you
check
never
up.
should. But
Pay
you need to
attention.
pay attention to the red light because there's 6 or 7 people here that could actually get through, and you're stopping that from happening.
Because of the phone, that
Golly.
happens so much more now than it used to happen. Because people used to didn't have to look at. But you're right.
Yeah.
If you got more than multiple cars in front of you, at least one of them's going to be hung up in watching YouTube.
And something else I noticed, and I'm never driving during the trafficy times, the high traffic times when
also known as trafficky.
Yeah, I don't know why I went with trafficky, but I don't even think that's a word. I just kind of made it
it's a
up
new
right
word.
then. But leaving early to leave out on some of these trips and being on the road, I've noticed something. You women, can y'all not put your makeup on at home?
Yeah, to me that's way more
to
distracting
me, that's
than looking at a cell phone.
When you got these brushes and you're going to town and you're looking down in your purse and grabbing. I mean, I saw a ton of that.
Oh yeah,
during the high trafficy hours.
Yesterday,
that can't be less distracting than somebody looking at a cell phone. To me, it's got to be more.
Trafficy hours. Really.
I don't know what this woman
about those trafficy hours.
I don't know what this woman was eating, but she was holding everybody up in the left lane yesterday, and everybody was having to get around her on the right side. And sometimes I have to look like who's holding everybody up. I know you see all this. What's going on?
Is it a good one?
And she had a plate of something, and she must have been starving. She was using a fork, holding a plate, just tearing up some food. And I'm like, then just get on over. Get on over. The last time I blew the horn at somebody, I didn't know, and I startled the lady. And I felt kind of bad, but I was leaving.
Especially if it's
a very popular fast food establishment, and we had gotten our food, and they had pulled up to exit the parking lot. But I've had kids too. I really have, where you're trying to get food situated before you get on the road. You're opening up like condiments and all this kind of stuff, sauces, and you're trying to hand out food.
Oh yeah.
And the lady had stopped because I had not gotten my food yet. She had stopped, about maybe 20 yards up ahead, and she was fine. So I get my food and I come up behind her and I can see what she's doing. So I'm trying to be patient.
Yeah.
Well, then the person behind me got
patience just ran out.
Then the person behind me got their food. And so now we're piling up, and she's lost all sense of, I think, where she is.
She's just locked down on what she's doing.
She is locked down. Now we're holding up everybody, and I see the people that are running the drive-through. Now they're looking down like, what's going on? Why aren't y'all leaving? So I kind of give it a meh, and I startled her really bad. I think I made her drop something. She was like, I think she was so locked out, and I just kind of waved like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna blow the horn at you here. I
mean, you're backing the drive-through up at this point.
And she was, but I think I made her drop some Chick-fil-A sauce. I'm not sure though.
Well,
I think because I saw her lose control of something, and she looked down like, "Hey, thanks."
Thanks, pal.
Well, but what
it's my world.
But what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, you can't sit there.
It's not like I was the only one being held up. Now it's on down the line.
It's backing up so far they can't take people's money.
Right. And you know how they'll sometimes step outside the window?
Oh, yeah.
Those people are walking down like, well, why aren't y'all going?
I love it when they step out the window.
Yeah.
It makes things so much better.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
You'd never knowingly feed your dog sawdust, but it's one of the most common fillers found in dog food today. Even the ones labeled healthy can contain powdered cellulose, otherwise known as wood pulp.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. Your dog needs a biologically appropriate diet. That's why I developed Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food, premium cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
This is my dog Cleo. She's a 10-year-old Chihuahua. Before we started Dr. Marty's food, she was really not spunky, a lot of digestion problems, joint pain.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and is pantry safe.
Now she acts like a little puppy. She's running around.
For a limited time, save 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free pack of premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to one additional text. Text stop to opt out.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
All right, we're rolling back. It's now 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba Adler all join us right after top of the hour. I've been doing Field of Greens now for about a month, I guess, maybe a little bit longer.
Green.
And I can honestly tell you, I've experienced a difference. I have. It has helped tremendously. I haven't asked Terry, which is always a go-to. Ask your wife or your husband, hey, can you tell a difference? Oh, yeah. It's not junk science. Fieldofgreens.com is the website. It's what doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements out there. It's just junk science. You don't know what's really in them, all this kind of stuff. Well, at Field of Greens, it's just different. It's made from whole organic fruit and vegetables, not a watered-down or freeze-dried supplement. Plus, it's backed with a better business promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like your heart, lungs, kidney health, etc. You want to go right now to fieldofgreens.com and get started with a 15% off your first order deal going on right now. Experience what we're experiencing. It's fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba, and it's going to unlock that 15% savings at fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so we haven't had, just because of Helms being off a little bit and different things, we haven't had questions from the audience.
Oh, that's true.
And, I think Helms has a few for us here, my friend.
Some random, too.
Come on,
a little random. Come on. Different ends of the spectrum here.
Let's do it.
Do you remember powdered iced tea?
No, I do not.
I didn't even know
milk,
that. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Wait, let me think. Am I jumping the gun here?
I don't know. I've never even heard of this. Powdered
I know you
iced
got
tea.
instant coffee.
I have not.
I nearly went that route in Houston, by the way, but I ended up just getting my stuff doing
Granddad
a normal
used to drink
pot.
it, and it was tough.
Yeah.
I don't remember the tea being really.
Yeah, I don't either. Powdered. I don't
Evidently,
remember that.
it didn't hang around.
So I guess the answer is no.
Or is it still available?
I don't know. Don't know the answer to that. Never heard of it. Never seen it. Never tasted it. Didn't know it was a thing.
I didn't either.
Have you ever broken a bone so badly you saw your bone?
Oh, compound fracture?
Yep.
No.
No,
You
never.
ever seen one of your
fear
bones?
of mine.
Up to this point, I haven't.
I haven't either.
That's a fear of mine. It's the worst break you can get. That's
So
the level. That's
that's not good.
top priority emergency.
Right.
A lot of things can happen.
A lot.
Infection.
What is the bobblehead addition to the studio? That's Blaze the Dragon, UAB Blazers. I've added that. That's me marking my territory. That's what that is right
Blazer,
there.
Blazer,
So,
Blazer.
I don't even know that you can see it right now. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you can. So,
Yeah.
but I've gotten emails this week about that, and that's one of them here. This was a very strange question. Have you ever been to a wedding at a VFW?
No, but I
No, I
have
have
been to
not.
a funeral at one.
I have
Really?
not.
Well, it was American Legion, same thing.
So I have never even been inside a VFW.
I haven't either.
What is it? What is it? I
Veterans
I know
of
it's
Foreign
I know
Wars.
it's a veterans thing, but is it like a club?
Yeah,
is it?
I think you have to be official member.
I've DJ'd at one.
Have you really?
Yeah, back in Playhouse days.
How
Where
about
I had,
that?
I had,
So they-
I had TV speakers and would travel.
They ask you to come and play.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was about, but I would do anything from
Listen.
a reception to a party to
A lot of
whatever.
bands have played VFW.
Yeah,
So is it like
it was a get together.
what do they have inside
bar.
one of these? So it's a bar, and do they have like pool tables? And,
Yeah, I think
and stuff
stuff
like
like-
that.
yeah.
I mean, they play cards. I'm sure.
Sure.
you just
Little
set up-
bingo.
I just set up in the corner.
So it's just like their little club.
It's a little club.
Do y'all
Been around forever,
Now,
the VFW has.
I'm
the
gonna-
American Legion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to
They
take
sure have.
this into an area that's really away from the question, but is there anything that
Is this
you?
what the Helms right here?
Yeah, I'm kind of turning it into what the Helms.
Okay.
Is there any particular club or anything that you're sitting here going, man, I'd kind of like to be a part of that?
Elks Lodge.
Which I've never been in one of those either.
I've been in one.
But I know
They
people.
got like a
I know
bar and a
people that are
restaurant.
all about this stuff.
Oh yeah. The Elks Lodge. Is
Like they
big.
can't wait to get
They
off
raise
work
money for
to
stuff.
get
Give out
to there.
scholarships. My kids both got the Elks Lodge scholarship. I
Okay,
think.
good deal.
Yeah.
Y'all,
But is there any?
let Greg in, y'all.
Come on.
Huh?
Is there any particular club or organization that you're like at some point I'm going to be involved with that?
Oh,
At the
boy.
moment, not.
No, I don't think
I don't
so.
have any either. I just
I'm trying to think what all's
No,
out there
so
now.
the ones I want to be involved with have a pretty expensive entry fee.
Okay.
Like if a country club or golf course or something really nice. Don't really need to be a member. There, I can just go
so
play
you're
around.
too good for the VFW.
No. Like I said, I've
Well, you're not
actually,
a veteran. Neither one of us are. So
No,
we're not
that-
allowed there.
no, that would-
we
that
could
would-
be the
that
Elks
would
Lodge,
stand in
though.
the way, yeah.
Or the Eagles. I think they're an Eagle Lodge too. I don't know. The Moose Lodge, Mighty Moose, something. What was the one on Happy Days? The Leopard Lodge. Remember Howard? He had to wear that fez.
Yeah.
We're down there at the Leopard Lodge.
Leopard Lodge.
all right. So no, nothing in your future as far as
Yeah,
that
but
goes.
hey, you never know. I may come across one. End up being on the council or something.
What's the one that's in all the parades?
Shriners.
The Shriners.
Shriners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want, hey,
Well,
hey.
I know some. I know
we have
some
got a
people.
minute and a half.
I've known some people
That's
that,
time.
and
Too.
they're
That's the
all,
Masonic. It's the Masonic. I think they're like the upper echelon of all that.
And I know guys. I mean, I've had some neighbors growing up where it's like, wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Greg, you have to fill me in the break because I don't really
No.
know what you're talking. I'm not under. I don't have any idea what you're trying to say.
We used to laugh because that little car they would drive in
I
the
know.
parades.
Oh yeah.
They have that fez on.
Yeah.
Zamora Temple.
Yes. Yeah.
Speedy, he knows.
So they crank it up. Is that what you're telling
No,
me?
I'm not saying. I don't know. It's weird.
All right. Well, I'll hush.
Just study. It's all. It's Masonic and all that. That's all tied together.
Okay.
I've DJ'd a lot of those.
Oh,
Have
yeah.
you?
Hey, strange
Hey, just
paintings.
Hey,
stop. The one in Gadsden. I guarantee you were at the one.
Well,
in
that's
Gadsden.
what I was getting
I
at.
was at that.
You
one.
just stay focused on where you are. Don't look around.
Yeah,
I know.
I've wanted to go in that. I've never been in that one, and I've wanted to go in there because I've heard stories.
There's some strange paintings. Let me put it this way:
Greg,
it ain't the dogs playing poker.
Greg, you're still talking.
Or a John Wayne, or a Elvis, or a Bull in the Matador. You remember them velvet paintings?
I know we've discussed our dressing habits in the mornings, but when getting dressed, and I don't think we've discussed this. We've talked about shoes and socks.
Yeah.
We've talked about specifically, do we put both socks on or one sock and then a shoe, one sock and then a shoe?
I go sock, shoe.
The question here is, when getting dressed, do you put on socks before your pants?
I like to. But
or pants before socks.
I normally go pants, socks, shoes.
I do, yeah. Early in the morning, somebody. But like if I'm going somewhere, I usually go socks, pants.
I will tell you this:
socks are the last thing prior to shoes.
The only
Sometimes
time I
I'll
put
put 'em on
socks
first.
on first is if I'm not wearing low cuts. If I'm wearing like
You're right.
mid
That makes a
shin
difference.
socks,
That's the
pull ups,
difference.
then I'll put those on first.
Okay,
That's
and
me.
Because I don't want to have to pull my leg.
I'm
pants
saying
you're
my
right.
leg
That
up.
makes sense.
Yep. If it's
I'm in these footies all the time, so that's the last thing
And
I do.
I would say that's over 90% of the time for
Do
me.
you wear
too.
your underwear forward or backward?
Do you wear underwear more than one day?
No. I like to keep the underwear fresh.
Rick and Bubba.
Kicked off. The biggest story in college football, or I would say one of the biggest, was the quarterback situation for the national champions last year, Alabama, and the most successful college football program modern day, and that is who was going to be the quarterback. If you remember last year's national championship game, they changed quarterbacks at halftime. Freshman came in, led Alabama on a comeback, and won the national championship in overtime, and then going into the season with that young man, as his last name's hard to say, so everybody calls him by his first name, Tua, or will it be Jalen Hurts? And we've heard over and over again who was 26-2 as a starter. And Nick Saban, sick and tired of hearing about this. Now, we don't have the pregame thing. We just got the post, right?
Yeah, this is after a 51-14 win.
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
Well, the funny one in Helmsley mentioned, I did have somebody tell me in pregame, he was asked about it again, and he said, you know what, in about 30 seconds, you're going to know. Y'all waited this long. I think you can wait 30 seconds.
Yeah. Really tired of these questions.
Yeah, and so the young man, Tua, did start, from what I gathered. I may not have these right. This was told to me at church on Sunday, that he led them on scoring drives 3 out of the first 4 series, and they were up 21-0 pretty quick.
Yeah, he looked really good.
He played really, really well. Their offense looked explosive, and Alabama routed Louisville 51-14. So with that being said, this is Coach Saban after a 51-14 win being asked about the quarterback situation again.
Yeah, with Maria Taylor. Here you go.
What answers did you have about your quarterbacks after watching both of them play tonight?
Well, I still like both guys. I think both guys are good players. I think both guys can help our team. All right, so why do you continually try to get me to say something that doesn't respect one of them? I'm not going to. So quit asking.
So he that's after 51-14.
Yeah.
He was tired of being asked about it, and all she was really asking is it now after you've seen him?
Is it clear?
Is it clear now? Now she went on to tweet out, "Sorry, Coach, just doing my job. See you for the Virginia Tech game. Moving on to the next game." And he has come out and apologized. Is that correct?
He was he apologized kinda. He was asked this question, and this is how he answered.
Just wondering, do you have any regrets about the post-game interview with Maria Taylor on ESPN?
I talked to Marie, and I could have handled it in a better way. But I do think that the statement that I made before about loving our players, and if I get asked to vilify a player and make another one a crown prince publicly, I might not respond to that, and I need to learn a better way to respond to that.
Okay. Thanks, Coach, for that apology.
Now, understand her name's Maria, and he says Marie.
The guy even told him.
I know.
If you talk to Maria.
Nobody wants to
talk to Maria. It's certainly the coach's decision who he plays and how he does it and all that. But, you know, complaining about everybody asking, that could have been off the table. All you got to do is name a starter and nobody asks anymore. So.
Well, and again, I don't know where he's gotten in his mind, and I certainly understand they get close to these players. Here's what you're watching. He's a very quirky guy. He hates that he's been put in this position, even though he knows right now it's obvious who the better quarterback seems to be at this time. And he doesn't want it to come across that he thinks that Jalen Hurts hasn't done a good job for them. But I don't think anybody's asking you to make Jalen Hurts look bad. It's just asking as a team, which one of these quarterbacks do you think you're going to go forward with? And it's obviously Tua, and he doesn't feel.
But he don't want to say that.
He doesn't like. Somehow he thinks saying that Tua is doing a good job and is clearly the starter, that's a dig at Jalen Hurts.
Well, he didn't want Jalen to leave because you might need him.
Yeah, well, but I don't unless he plays more.
But what I'm saying is you can kind of string it along, but if you say that, it could be, okay, I'm cleaning my locker out. You know, that's the bottom line. He's trying to avoid that moment.
And that's it. Even though it appeared in preseason that Jalen Hurts was already getting to that place. I've had people that are.
I think he knew it last year.
Well, yeah, there have been people that know much more about the program than I do, and their assessment has been that once Tua won the game the way he won it and the way he's looked all during offseason and all during preseason, that it really is not a close contest.
Right.
It never has been. And that Jalen.
And what happened in the second half last year probably should have happened long before it actually did.
And Jalen Hurts knows that he's not the starter and is not going to be the starter. And the whole team knew who the starter was going to be. It wasn't this wait to the game thing that the fans and media was told. And that it was obvious because the offense, from what I didn't see it, but from what I've heard, was like a fine old machine. And it didn't look like it didn't look like the offense didn't know who the quarterback was. But anyway, so
and he clearly did things with the football that Jalen just can't. And that's not nothing against Jalen. Jalen's been very good, but Tua was amazing in those first few drives the other night. It was crazy good how good he was throwing the ball. The trouble he got out of, the plays he made.
Anyway. Let's go with it. 6 minutes past the hour. How are you? A brand new hour on a brand new day. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, 29 years and 4 months we've been at it. And we thank you for being with us. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Speedy, all giving you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler, He takes the reins. He's driving the YouTube channel right now. That's another option for you. Watching us live on the YouTube channel, you can get those alerts by subscribing. Doesn't cost anything, but you'll know when something new has come to the YouTube channel. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is there now. We've also archived it along with the daily archives of the Rick and Bubba Show audio only on our podcast channel. So there's no reason that you can't go back and get parts of the show that you missed in our various archive options. And then our live options are the YouTube channel, obviously, our TuneIn app, and America's boldest radio stations all across America. So however you're getting the show today, whether it be live or archived, we sure are thankful that you are here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your two fat buddies on the radio hanging out with their buds.
There it is, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Bubba,
Tom Petty.
How are you today, buddy?
I'm good, Rick. How are you, sir?
Well, you know, we've been talking about Sean of the South. So today, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, those of you who don't know how our day works, and I always enjoy that. Some of you are going, you know what, I just kind of want to know, tell me how y'all's day works. How does all this work? It works that on Thursdays, I guess it's been a couple of years ago, our friends at Blaze TV, when we entered into a partnership with them, they said we would like for you guys to do, at least 40 standalone podcasts each year, and that'll be its own podcast, 45 minutes, and we drop that over the weekend, and then you can go consume that wherever you get podcasts. So it's not like the Daily Archive; it's its own show. So we were like, hey, all right. And so we started looking at our schedule. Well, when in the world are we going to do that? So somehow it ended up that we record those on Thursday. So part of our Thursday workday, if we have a podcast coming up, and we do this week, we record that after the big show is over. So today, our guest, and you'll hear it when it drops this weekend or watch it, is Sean of the South. Now, I openly admit that I have almost gone on a journey to understand Sean of the South. I don't know if you have been like me, where every now and then, I assume it's God or whatever, these things drop into your life, and all of a sudden, everywhere you turn, people keep bringing up something that you don't know why it's in your life.
Yeah.
So I remember
first saw him on a TV
yeah,
commercial.
and I think, Bubba,
Has he been on one or two of them?
He's probably been on a number, but here's
He's got a
what,
good beard.
Yeah, here's what
He does.
The problem for us trying to figure out exactly what he does is that you and I are actually coming at Sean of the South backward. I said this to you a minute ago. See, we saw him after his influence got him advertising deals.
Yeah.
But all we saw was the advertising deal, but we didn't know what he'd accomplished to be asked to do the commercial.
And then I saw him on TV with Brad Ryan, who is here on the show quite a bit. And, and I thought, well, no, wait a minute. What is going on here?
Well, what was odd is, so I was on a plane with Andy Blanks from Iron Hill Press and Team Man Church, and he's sitting there talking about Sean of the South. I said, Sean of the South, that's the big redbeard guy, right? He said, yeah. He said, man, I'm sitting here. I'm wanting to go see him. I said, I love what he does, but, man, I tell you, all of the shows are sold out. And I said, shows? What are you talking about? He goes, he actually does shows. Well, I said, what does he do at the show? Does he don't eat Jack's hamburgers, does he? And he said, no, Rick. He said, that's not what he's not a Jack's hamburger guy. He's a guy that has a big following, so Jack's wants him to endorse their stuff. But what does he do? And he was like, well, he does, like live shows. I got that, Andy. What's in the live show? Like, I'm sitting there.
Juggle?
What does he actually do?
Does he play with fire?
And then all of a sudden he said, well, he's like a commentator. And I said, you a stand-up comic? And he said, well, not really. I mean, kind of more of a storyteller. And I said, and then he goes, man, he's an outstanding musician. I said, well, wait a minute. He plays songs? He said, oh, yeah. I said, am I at a music concert? He goes, well, not exactly, not fully. And so I'm like, okay, well, then I gave up. So then I'm at church one Sunday. I go in, and there's a little, place where you get snacks, drink coffee, whatever. And I walk in, and the pastor and his wife is standing there. And he goes, hey, do you know Sean of the South? I said, what? I said, why are you bringing that? He goes, I really think that he would hit it off with y'all.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, have you ever met him? I said, and he goes, well, you know what? I'm going to work on us maybe having dinner with him and his wife. And I'm like, what? and I'm like, Mac, what are you doing involved in Sean of the South? And he goes, well, I don't know. I mean, and then he couldn't really explain it. And then yesterday, as Bubba said, we look up and Brad Ryan's playing with him.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, what is this Sean of the South thing?
Is he a member of 3 on String?
How about this? By golly, we'll find out. We're going to do a podcast this weekend. That whole podcast is going to be, tell us what you do.
Not to be confused with Sean of the North.
That's the whole point is to.
I don't like Sean of the North. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, we're going to leave him out.
Was he on an Alpha commercial too?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought there was 2 of them.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? We're seeing people wanting him to endorse their products, but we don't know the history of why he has this influence, why they want him there.
Right.
And so, if you saw us, you go, oh, yeah, they do that. That's the Rick and Bubba show guys. They do a radio show.
Right.
And it would be very simple. But then you see him and you're like, is this an actor that these people that does campaigns? And everybody's like, oh, no. They want him to be on their commercials because he's Sean of the South.
Right.
And I'm like, well, I can't wait. I'll tell you one thing. I hope when I sit down for lunch today, hey, Greg, when I sit down for lunch today, by golly, I'm going to understand Sean of the South.
You're going to know what's up.
Because I feel like I've got a little bit of fear of missing out. I feel like I'm on the outside looking in on something.
Today.
Yeah,
that ends today.
And Greg, you don't know?
I don't.
Okay.
I know who you're
Helmsy?
talking about though.
No, I'm a little frustrated with this entire conversation, and
Yeah.
I know Speedy is too,
Yeah, right.
because this is something we brought to the table
I remember
2
that.
or 3 years ago,
Yeah.
and y'all gave
2 or
us
3
0
years
on it.
Yeah, I didn't understand it.
And so now it's like it's almost like with my dad, it's got to be his idea,
Right. Yeah.
And so
Well, actually-
that's what's going on right now with me.
When
and
you-
so I'm just kind of
Well,
sitting here,
well-
seated and silent, letting you think this is your idea, and it is because
No.
y'all didn't know what we were doing.
No, I've never thought
when
it
we
was
brought
my
it up.
idea. Even back then, when you brought it up, all I thought of is, why do they want us to have the guy on the Jack's commercial?
I know.
And I don't know if
Talk
y'all did
about
a
fries?
I don't know if I wouldn't listen, probably because I wasn't interested. But what I'm saying is,
Bubba listened. He's just forgot.
Okay, but I
think you
I don't
halfway
understand. Did
listened.
you try to explain it?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And I've heard Speedy.
Did
try
you
to
have
explain
it? Do y'all have it?
Well, we probably did it about like Andy. And,
Okay.
and he evidently, we just wasn't doing a good job explaining
Okay.
it either,
Yeah.
because we truly didn't know all the different avenues.
Okay,
that
so
he
you weren't
pulls
as
from.
informed either. Did
Well,
you
I knew
kinda-
he had a huge following.
You knew
I
that.
knew he was an author. I
Okay.
knew he did more than just the commercials.
Right.
But I had never seen one of his shows.
Okay, so you saw my
but
confusion
I had
there.
heard people say his shows were great.
Yeah. Can you understand where I was confused what the show is?
I think Andy was giving you a pretty good idea.
Hams, if you would have done this, Sean of the South.
Got a red
pie and I got
got a red beer and he likes his. All right, so
Got to be careful here, but this one right here, he'll make fun of somebody real quick.
I know.
No,
he
I'm not
will.
making
Oh,
fun
you
of
don't-
him.
You
I
think I
did.
don't know that?
And,
I
and
did.
So that was a lot of it. And
Oh,
so whenever
now.
he goes into
I
that,
see. Yeah, you have to back out.
y'all will shut down a little bit because it's like, you know what I mean?
No. I saw him
look at
playing.
Speedy. Speedy's as frustrated as I am.
All
on
this
thing.
is so accurate. It's so accurate. And now I tell them all the time. I said the people
he
who
seems
work,
like a nice
the
guy.
people we work with know what it's like to be Betty and Sherry. They really do to some degree. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So now let's move into the big story of the day. It's being discussed everywhere. You know, I'll have to give Colin Kaepernick props. He's done a really good job of continuing to keep his name out there after he became a quarterback that really had kind of faded away. Now, first of all, let's remove off the table that Colin Kaepernick is not playing for an NFL team because he's really, really good and nobody wants him to play for him because he's too controversial. If Colin Kaepernick was a better quarterback than he is at this point of his career, he would be playing for somebody with all the controversy with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are other players who are right in the middle of this controversy as well, and they all have jobs if you're good enough. If you're not good enough, you don't.
Now, let's just flash back here for a minute and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he have an option year left and he opted out of his contract?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
so he quit.
Yep.
Really is what happened.
And then he's not good enough to be picked up with all the baggage that goes with it. If he was good enough, then they would give him a job and say, we'll deal with the other. Because really, what backlash do you get now? Undoubtedly, you get no backlash. I mean, even the league won't even say that you can't kneel. People keep coming. You know what? You know what you could do if you kneel? Get a deal with Nike. So I don't know where we get that. You know, if you decide to kneel, you face all this backlash. You face backlash from some people, but not from a lot of people. I mean, so let's talk about the Nike idea and where we think this is going to land. So Nike has decided that Colin Kaepernick will be part of their new. Because Just Do It's been around a while, but we're bringing it back now.
Well, this is the 30th anniversary.
I got you. Okay, so and now he's going to be the part of it. Like, what do they mean by that?
Just do it.
Is it just saying that he is going to be the face of their Nike campaign?
Or is this just one ad?
Yeah, there's
going to be a running
there's other ones. I think LeBron James and one of the tennis players.
Federer?
No. Come on.
Serena?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I think she is also one, what I heard. But they claim, Nike does, they believe Colin is one of the most inspirational athletes of this generation. And he's leveraged the power of the sport to help move the world forward. That's according to the vice president of Nike, responding to criticism. They're standing behind their decision.
Now, of course, you're getting all kind of comments on this. Brennan, the former, was he head of the CIA, the guy that's been in the big thing with Trump? He praised it.
Of course.
Now, he's a former communist, which, by the way, I don't ever see how he got the job he was in. But, and then you've had people who are burning Nike shoes. So you got a full range of emotion here, not surprisingly.
Well, it goes back to what we've said. This is certainly the free market. If Nike thinks this is a good campaign for their company, obviously they do, but then the consumer will decide whether they're right or not, which is the way it should work. But some of the things they're saying about Colin Kaepernick, I just don't see the proof of it. Believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. No, Colin Kaepernick would be playing for a team if he'd taken the offers he'd been given, or if he was a better quarterback at this point in his career. He would be playing. This is not what cost. It doesn't help, but there were still people willing to go along with this. The other thing is he's given credit with bringing to everyone's attention racial injustice. But in my opinion, he never, ever pointed, unlike Martin Luther King, who was able to point at examples and say, my narrative is true because of this, this, and this, and everybody, whether they agreed or disagreed, said, well, you can't argue. He is pointing the fact that, the things that are happening to African Americans are well documented, and they are being oppressed, and they are being mistreated, and they're not being treated equal. We all see that. But to try to say that Colin Kaepernick has been like a Martin Luther King Jr. of our day, I just don't see it. First of all, I never saw him ever develop a narrative that you could say that people were mistreated by law enforcement solely because of the color of their skin, and it had nothing to do with their behavior. Would people of any color skin experience the same things if they had behaved in the same way? Matter of fact, some of the narratives that we pointed to turned out not to be what was claimed. We never went back and acknowledged that. And so I never thought he ever showed that the narrative that he was protesting was really going on a macro level, certainly on a micro, but not on a macro level. And he's being credited that he had some impact on it. Where's the evidence of that? So even if he did establish the narrative, which I don't think he ever did, what did he do to ever change it?
And
did
it
change?
End of the week. Minutes
23 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right. Bubba, I'm seeing, too, Sean of the South. Do you know that he's going to be at the Grand Ole Opry and he's already been there before?
No.
Yeah, of course,
Cool.
you and I got one shot at the Grand Ole Opry and I split my pants. That's kind of Rick and Bubba in a nutshell right there. No pun intended.
There it is.
All right,
boy.
Here all week, Greg.
Oh, boy.
Here all week.
I like it.
All right, so do I need to do the news update story?
News
on this
update,
one?
news update,
Okay,
right?
here we go. News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
Rick, you know the 21-year-old National Guard airman who was accused of leaking classified information, Jack Teixeira? Two officers who were in command of him in the Massachusetts Air National Guard have been relieved of their command temporarily. The commander of the 102nd Intelligence Wing at Otis Air National Guard Base was suspended. The commander of the 102nd Intelligence Support Squadron, pending further investigation into the unauthorized disclosure of classified information. There was also another officer who was suspended pending a full and final investigation by the Air Force Inspector General. So they have been removed to have access to classified information, according to the Air Force.
What do you think's going to happen with this kid? I guess he's not a kid. I mean, he's young, but he's not a kid. Because I hope you're not a kid if you're serving in the National Guard.
Well, for what he did, he ought to be in jail for most of his adult life.
Mm-hmm. Would you go as far as to further than that?
That's pretty much, I think, what people who leak this. Look, we've got a document.
I was just saying to you, would you go old school when it comes to treason?
Well, old school, you take them out and shoot them.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
Behind the barn quickly.
Yeah.
I think we've got to get serious about this. We have classified documents for a reason. We have thousands of people that have access to these, and they are secret. They don't need to be out in the public domain because they can help our enemies. They can cost lives, Rick. I mean, we have people in the intelligence gathering world that their life is on the line every day, and these things do not help. And literally can be killed or captured and tortured. So, we can't act like this is some kid playing on Twitter.
Right.
This is a major problem, and I'm not too sure that him and a couple of his commanders ought to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law on this.
Well, when you have them holding top secret information security clearance, and they abuse that, then you can't just let that go.
No,
right?
No.
I mean,
you've got to have some teeth in this, or everybody will get behind it. Now, they'll play the hey, he's a good guy. I'm sorry, don't be putting classified. You know what classified information is? Okay, you signed up for the military. You went into this. Your family's been in it. You know what that is. Why you're posting it online? Give me a break.
Right, to your buddies.
Yeah, I mean, you talking about careless and flippant with this stuff.
Well, it goes back to the problem that we've talked about many times. I mean, here's a 21-year-old male that has come out of this society that we have right now, and a 21-year-old male today, the how we have stunted their maturation as they stay forever in a childlike state, never growing up and not even being told what it is to be a man. And they get in a childlike state when I don't know, and I guess that's why we see these two being suspended right now. Who in the world vetted out this person that they thought that they were in a position they could handle this kind of access?
Well, I'm shocked.
I mean, who vetted that out?
Yeah.
You could have some guy that's young and they need to grow up a little bit, and you go, hey, he's not ready for that. But I mean, who said he was ready for it?
I'm shocked that someone as young and as new into the service had as much access as he did. And I've heard from some of the military people saying, well, a lot of times a commander will have the people under him working on a project. But he had detailed troop movement in the Ukraine, what they were doing, their air defenses, the fact that we had U.S. soldiers on the ground there. you're talking major, and then other areas too. I was shocked that he had as wide a range access. I mean, if your job, if your operation is we're supplying the Ukrainians, then you ought to have Ukrainian intelligence, but maybe not intelligence about Germany and England and where our spies are all over the globe. You know what I mean? It seems like it was a little far. It seemed like it would be compartmentalized, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. A little better than that. So, but we've had Trump with documents, we've had Biden with documents, we've had Pence with documents. We got a document problem, and we got to get control of this somehow pretty quick because there's a lot of sensitive information in this stuff, and it just shouldn't be out there for the general public and for our enemies to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful at his age that that the old school way is not what he's going to face. But I will say, even though that probably isn't the way to go right now, there needs to be something that is severe enough that everybody goes, "Oh wow!" So if I do this, I could get in a whole lot of trouble. Yeah. You're going to have to make an example of these people that allowed this to happen,
and I'm sorry, him. But he made a decision that could cost American lives, and you just can't let that go. That's not a slap on the wrist deal.
Right, and I think part of it is I don't think we do a good job. We're letting people live in kind of a childlike fake world where they don't understand the severity of the decisions they're making.
Well, we need some grown-ups in the room, and they need to take care of this.
It's bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big, so there's the update on that. More stories to cover today, your phone calls as well at 866 We Be Big when the Rick and Bubba show continues. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth. If you haven't got your mother turned in, go to contest button. The deadline May 4th.
Rick and Bubba.
Over the weekend.
Well, you were telling me that
I didn't know who was having more at one point, John McCain or Aretha Franklin. I mean, it was just the marathons everywhere.
I had an idea just to put them both in the same room, and because that way people don't have to decide which one they're going to and all that. Now there's a lot of stuff happening.
Now, one of the funniest, I got to tell you this. I know you've got one of the speakers here.
I want to give me the McCain one first.
At Aretha,
this was Aretha's. Okay,
they had Bill Clinton set up right behind the speaker.
So he didn't go to McCain.
No, he went to both. No, there was several. Rick.
That's why they should have been in the same room.
I mean,
now Friday we showed Clinton sitting there.
Remember,
you commented on it.
Oh, yes. I don't think. I mean, he had a very prominent spot right behind the speaker. I don't think he knew it was going to last 5 hours.
Right.
He looked like he was getting a little tired there a few times. I mean, I think he almost dozed off once.
So he's never been to an African American church. I guess he claims he has, but I mean, if you go in there, you better bring a lunch.
Well, he seemed very tired to Ariana Grande got up there, and he seemed to light up there. But some of it was just. Some of it was just a little strange.
Who's this young lady here? Who is this?
It's just long. A lot of them long.
Well, what was it? The I don't know if it's the pastor that they're mad at, but the one of them during this, I think it was an 8-hour ceremony. By the way,
wow,
he didn't know who Ariana Grande was. She thought she was like an order from Taco Bell. That's what he made a joke, and he squeezed her a little tight, and his hand was a little up. He got in trouble for that.
Really? Yeah, he's been forced to apologize.
Yeah, he had to apologize for that. Well, I don't know if it was the same one. We rotated a few in that 8 hours.
Well, Greg, I don't know if it was.
Was it 8 total?
I think that's what I read somewhere. It was 8 hours.
Clinton liked to pass out once. I know he looked like he was about to fall out.
Well, I'm trying to figure out here because we have something going on here. Because someone says Reverend Jasper Williams Jr. thinks Black America is losing its soul and stands by his eulogy for Aretha Franklin. And then it says Franklin's nephew has admitted that Reverend Jasper Williams Jr. caught the family off guard when he delivered what they're calling his distasteful eulogy at her funeral. So you've got one of Aretha's nephews. I wonder, and he's saying, well, we didn't know. Did anybody check with Reverend Jasper Williams Jr. about what he was going to talk about? Because he must be pretty close to the family to get to speak at
I think he did her dad's eulogy.
Oh, okay.
I think, and that was what.
Well, he said that it is time to turn the black community around.
Right.
And then I get into a little bit of secondhand embarrassment because the organ cranks up about halfway through and he starts singing the message.
Does he?
But here,
can you hear the points? Because I have the points that's got everybody upset. Can you hear them in this?
Yeah,
it starts off by him saying we got to turn things around, then we can come out of it and you can finish it, okay?
Okay, all right.
I'm calling for pastors and preachers of the gospel across denominational lines, across racial lines, across religious lines. I'm calling upon us to lock our arms together now, and we can turn Black America around. You say, where shall we go and what shall we do? Right in your own neighborhoods where your church is. They're struggling single moms that don't know what to do, that needs a man in the house through mentoring programs and parenting our children. We can turn Black America around. And so the Queen is saying to us, something must be done. Something must be done. If you would just hush and listen with me on the day, you can hear her voice saying, it's time now that my race turns its direction around and come back home to our God. As we stop here today and look at how our world is moving, civilization is torn by degradation, flirting with doom and disaster. High-mindedness runs like a mad dog and is beating in uncertain paths. Selfishness has evaporated the milk of human kindness, while pain and panic are chasing each other like June bugs in the summer sun.
I'm going in.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we work our way back. All right, so, Andrew, if you can get 1A ready to go, give us a thumbs up on that one. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show all working together. And if you are not using Relief Factor, I would suggest that you give it a try. Do you have some aches and pains? Yeah, we know that, don't we? Yeah. It's you've heard Bubba and I make the joke, especially those of us getting a little older. I mean, you could have issues no matter how old you are, but the research that gave us Relief Factor, it was a bunch of scientists and doctors that were working on the aging process. That's what they were researching, because you start hurting when you get older, and you don't even know why. I don't know if you've ever seen Sinbad do the bit about getting older. He said he's discovered there's parts of his body he didn't even know he had. And he was discussing like when something would jump in his lower back and he didn't even know that existed. And his doctor told him about what it was. He said, I've never even known I had that. So Relief Factor helps you with the aches and pains of life naturally with 4 botanicals. So it is something that you can take every day without the fear of the side effects that you get from the over-the-counter pain meds. And look, it's not an indictment on them. They serve a purpose. I certainly still use them when I have a headache and things like that, but they're not designed to be a daily routine, and because of the side effects. And we know the issues when you get into the opioids and the problems with prescription pain meds, and they're designed to be a short-time solution too, but the addictive properties they've destroyed so many lives. So let's talk about maybe something natural that would work for you. So go to ReliefFactor.com right now. You can get a 3-week starter pack for $19.95. In 3 weeks, you will know whether it's working for you or not. We hope, like the majority of the people, including myself, that they get the 3-week starter pack, you will see relief. And then you know, hey, this is it. ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So we've been talking about the ongoing deal with our current president, President Biden.
Where'd he go?
Where did he go, everybody? Everybody say,
everybody, Basement Joe.
Now, it's not an exaggeration, and I've noticed that even people who are Democrats are starting to realize Joe Biden, the body and the person walking around, isn't running the free world because there's just no way. Okay,
No.
There's an administration running it. Now we can all debate on who makes the calls and who does what, but these jokes about Weekend at Bernie's and stuff like that, they're really not. I mean, he's alive, but I mean the exaggerations are getting to where they're not even exaggerated very much when you start seeing things like we see today, and that is the stories and the people that are noticing these cheat sheets that he's given. Bubba, you just made the point. I don't even know why we go through the sitcom of a press conference because that's all it is. And we have it here. And look at the sheets that he's given on how he's supposed to handle a press conference. I mean, it has the picture of the actual reporter,
what order they're calling on them, and
Yeah.
what the question is written out in advance.
Right.
I mean, this is not a press conference. This is a play.
Yeah.
That we're watching.
He's been given his script.
He has a script. The reporter has a script, and everybody performs. So us, the American public, gets a performance of what they want us to see.
I want you to see.
That's not a press conference. That's not the press keeping our government honest. This is a total.
It's a show.
Well, there's a word for it. And
Right.
I'm not going to use it.
But it's a show. Bubba,
yeah.
we're watching a show.
Dog and pony show? Is that what you're going
Well,
to say?
yeah.
This has to do.
It had
with,
show in it.
Well, it ends in the same.
Yeah, but look,
TION,
even notice this. Look, notice this as I go to the board. Notice that they've even all caps you and your. I mean, they're even they're even trying to get him prepared of where the emphasis should be, and I mean it you know who he is. I mean this thing we're seeing here. Is it South Korea where he is? Is that where you just came from?
No, he's here.
The South Korean
The
president.
South Korean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, did you see the thing where they sent him up to the podium? And he just walked past it.
Yeah, didn't know where he was going.
Yeah, didn't know where he was. Everybody's like, "Hey,
we have a video of that. By the way.
You're supposed to go to that podium right there." Yeah.
Here he is doing the actual call on that reporter.
All
if
right,
you guys want that.
Yeah, sure.
First question from Courtney of the Los Angeles Times.
Yep. Stay away from that last name.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your top economic priority has been to build up U.S. domestic manufacturing in competition with China. But your rules against expanding chip manufacturing in China is hurting South Korean companies that rely heavily on Beijing. Are you damaging a key ally in the competition with China to help your domestic politics ahead of the election?
Now watch him follow.
And one for President Yoon. There have been concerns since.
She went on to.
Yeah,
but he knew everything,
Well,
so
yeah,
they've
yeah.
rehearsed the answer.
Yeah, right.
I would have more respect for the reporter if they went up to the mic and said, "Hey, why are y'all making us submit these questions
Absolutely.
prior to it?"
Well, that'd actually be a journalist.
Well,
a journalist would take.
that reporter ought to be fired. The company she works for ought to be removed from the press because they're not there to do a press conference. They would be better to have somebody from a local newspaper up there because this is all a performance, guys.
Yeah.
And we're just not paying the scalper to sit down and get the ticket to watch. They're giving us a show of exactly how they want us
Watch
to
this,
sit.
Bubba. That's the podium. Bubba. Bill Bubba Bussy.
He missed the podium.
He just and everybody's like,
Sir,
you're
the
the
hard to
president.
see it.
yeah.
Sir, you're the president.
Right. You're supposed to go to the podium and he'll come stand behind you. Watch him just get. Look, y'all tell me.
Well, maybe he's going to stand by the other side so the other president can stand next to him.
I just wish he wouldn't do it.
Is he
looking
look
confused?
Is it,
confidence.
Do you wish he didn't like Walter the puppet again?
Yes.
I mean, with his lips down, just like Walter. I mean, it's.
Well, you see, they got Dr. Jill there with him on the inspection line,
Right,
which is
yeah.
something I've heavily advised.
Right, you have. you
Hey,
have.
great doctor, by the way. Had a pain in my shoulder,
Yeah.
went right
Heck of a
away.
doctor.
Right.
Whoopee.
So, and then of course, 1B has to worry. You know, he's already creeped everybody out by saying that our children belong to him and belong to the country, and now he wants us to know that if you want to know,
they're the future, Rick.
yeah. Of course, Bubba, you know how this works. He actually doesn't have the sole authority.
No doubt.
But he's going to tell us that he can launch a nuclear weapon whenever he wants to.
Right.
So here we, and it's totally up to him because he's King Biden.
And, the idea that I have absolute authority as commander-in-chief and the sole authority to use a nuclear weapon, but, what the declaration means is that we're going to make every effort to consult with our allies when it's appropriate, if any action is so called for.
What kind of rambling mess was that?
Right.
He's reading. He's reading.
It was out. I think he's saying
every day
that he doesn't have sole authority to do that. That he would consult with allies before.
Yeah.
You remember Nancy Pelosi was so concerned about Trump launching a nuclear weapon that she asked that the chain of command be changed.
Yes.
She didn't even know what it was. You can go and Google it.
Yeah.
You have to have three different people sign off on it before it can be launched.
Right. Well, this next one, we had the story yesterday that 70% of Americans, including Democrats, are in that mix, do not want him to run again. Okay, the majority of Democrats don't either. Now you can tell, especially since you've seen the cards where they put out the scripts. This is designed for him to try to look into the camera. Of course, he's got his aviators on, so that's to help too.
Yeah.
This is this reporter is only designed to do is to let him speak to that because Americans are seeing it everywhere.
Mm.
So here's what you say to him, and Mr. President, if you'll read what we have before you, this is what you say back to everybody so that nobody has to worry about that.
Right.
Okay? You can tell this is all set up for him to try to address this poll. Okay, watch this.
You recently launched your re-election campaign.
Are you looking
You've
down?
said questions about your age are legitimate, and your response is always, just watch me. But the country is watching, and recent polling shows that 70% of Americans, including a majority of Democrats, believe you shouldn't run again. What do you say to them? What do you say to those Americans who are watching and aren't convinced? You've said you can beat Trump again. Do you think you're the only one?
So he set up his
I
commercial.
may not be the only one, but I know him well, and I know the danger he presents to our democracy, and we've been down this road before. And with regard to age, and polling data, I noticed the polling data I keep hearing about is that I'm between 42 and 46% favorable rating, et cetera. And but everybody running for re-election in this time has been in the same position. There's nothing new about that. You're making it sound like Biden's really underwater. Number one. Number two, when the same polling data asks whether they think what kind of job I've done, it gets overwhelmingly positive results. From 58% thinking everything from the CHIPS Act and all the things we've done. We've created, like I said, we've created 12 million new jobs. We've created 800,000 manufacturing jobs.
Can anybody check those numbers? Politicians love to throw
maybe
that.
the lady performing from the L.A. Times can look it up.
Right.
Because I know she'll do a fair and balanced job on that.
Sure she will.
What a joke. What a joke. I'd be embarrassed to show my face if I was supposed to be on the press corps and I've worked up to this level where I ask the president questions and I'm reading a script they handed me to read.
Yeah.
So he can reply on a script he wanted to say.
Yeah.
That's That's not journalism. That's embarrassment.
It is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The city. As the city goes, so goes the state. As the state goes, so goes the nation. As a nation goes, so goes the world. Right on, King Jesus. I heard somebody sing a long time ago, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. I don't believe that, children, because it's so hard to love somebody and know that they hate you. It's hard to have love, but Aretha, the queen of soul, told us all we need to have is a little respect.
Oh my gosh! I hope he didn't spell it. Well, we didn't get to it because we don't have that kind of time. But that where he got himself in trouble is he's got everybody. You can tell everybody's not sure where he's going, but he made statements like this that
he was going there in style, Rick.
He was. Yeah. That has Aretha Franklin's family upset because he went on to say that black lives must not matter until black people start respecting black lives. And then he went on to say, now don't miss that the person that he's eulogizing, please don't miss this, was a single mom of 4 boys who went on to say that black women can't raise black boys to be men. So what he's saying is, which we've talked about and with any community, is when the men leave and refuse to live up to their responsibilities, the structure of that society always crumbles, no matter where it is in the world and no matter what color people's skin may or may not be. But he made the comment that people have talked about. He said, until we stop killing each other and until our men return to the home, we need to act like we think that Black Lives Matter. And, of course, even though that may be a harsh thing to consider, I think where he's gotten himself in a little bit of trouble is there's people crying time and place. You know,
Rick,
I certainly
time and place was completely left out on a lot of things you saw this weekend.
To Carol in Alabama. Carol, go ahead.
Hi, Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. Y'all got to take it easy on your coach. I'm an old LSU fan. We had Nick Saban, and y'all just don't remember that he ran his teams deep like this. When he gets good players, he works them all so that you have a complete team no matter who's on the field. He's not necessarily looking to replace anybody, and he did the same thing at LSU. He had 2 quarterbacks.
Guys, I fully understand what Coach Saban's doing.
Yeah, he definitely.
I want to know what Jalen Hurts wants to do.
Right. I mean, Saban throw him in there in the old Wildcat,
absolutely.
whatever. But
No.
is Jalen gonna stand there and go play in the Wildcat every now and
Guys,
then?
I'm not over here going, hey, I wonder if a coach would like to have both of them. Well, yeah, of course he would. What I'm wondering is, but is the backup going to stay?
He'd take a third one.
And
if he had it.
it's even worse for him. It's not like this is the first time we're seeing this. He was your guy last year.
Right. Hey, Coach Saban's trying to keep them both. Really? Golly, I never thought of that.
You talking about the guy's been starting ever since he's been there?
Wait a minute. So he wants to have a guy that was 26-2 also on the team? I never thought of that. The question is whether the kid's going to stay or not. That's the question.
Right. They would love for him to stay.
Golly, that is a good idea. That's a great idea.
I mean,
instead of who's the third guy? Does anybody even know who it is?
I'll tell you one thing, he's getting his arm loose.
Johnny Scratch off the third.
God, now
the ball, so to speak, is really in Jalen's court here.
Right. I'm asking, what does Jalen Hurts want to do? I know what Alabama wants to do. I got it, and that makes all the sense in the world.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, go try to get us everybody and see if they'll come stay at Alabama. Tell you what, I'll take that Oklahoma kid too. See if we can transfer him over. He can be third string. And while I'm at it, let me pick a couple of coaches to come be consultants that have just been fired. I understand what Alabama's trying to do. It's just whether the people who want to does Jalen Hurts want to be Tua's backup? Yes or no?
I wonder how
he's going to get his degree in December. He's going to stay this season. He can play up to 4 games and still have 2 years left.
Yeah.
And then when he graduates in December, that's when he'll decide what he wants to do with his life. And if he wants to stay and be part of the system, already with a degree, or he wants to go play 2 years somewhere else, I'm talking about what Jalen Hurts wants to do. I got what Saban's doing. Hey, got it. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so as we continue to walk through updating you on some things that have been out there a while, let's move over to this Dylan Mulvaney thing. Even though it's definitely we've become fatigued with this whole world of the trans, this and that, whatever. But let's look at it just from a marketing standpoint and kind of what we just said a minute ago, this fake world in which we live in. We're all going to have to wake up a little bit and say, all right, let's actually realize we're pretending things that just aren't so, okay? Well, this Dylan Mulvaney thing, we do have an update on the Bud Light thing, but it's now starting to churn even more. I don't know if you saw this. Now, and we played you some clips this week, women are beginning to realize that men are now claiming to be better women than actual women. So now Maybelline is starting to get some blowback from women. Now, this is not beer drinkers.
Yeah.
This is women going, hey, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Dylan Mulvaney, who has only claimed to be a woman for, has it even been a year? It's
just
right
had
out
a
of year.
year.
Just had his year, whatever. And he is a better spokesperson for Maybelline than one of us would have been. And so now there's going to be a Maybelline pushback. What I don't understand, and Greg and I were just talking about it going on our journey to the building restroom and back. Some of y'all out there, just settle down, okay? You don't have to be mean. You don't have to be cruel. Greg and I were talking about if you find a show right now that has been made in modern time, even a good one, even when you say, man, this is a good story and whatever, y'all are starting, all of you that provide things and you're putting together these marketing plans, y'all look silly because you're so awkward trying to check the box of we checked our LGBTQ plus box. And we didn't really know how to work it in, so we just awkwardly did it. I've seen some storylines that don't even make sense.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah, can we get some people of the same gender or somebody trans right here? Well, it doesn't really go with the story. Yeah, just work something in.
Yeah, we got to move on.
Yeah, first of all, it's patronizing, okay?
Right.
Second of all, you're acting like that the majority of your audience wants to see this. They don't. You don't even have to be against it. Just have it's okay to have storylines that involve a man and a woman. In love, that's fine. It's okay to have a storyline that that doesn't. You don't have to awkwardly push somebody in that is LGBTQ in your storyline, so that you think that people are going to be upset if you don't. But the way you're doing it is so. And I love this new word Bubba and I are loving, clunky. It doesn't even work. I mean, Greg and I were watching a series. I forget what it was. It had something to do with a band or something. And then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, they do an episode where one person is attracted to
and it's not even a main character.
Yeah, not even a main character. Want two women, and it's almost like you could almost sense the writers going, "Did we get that covered? Okay, right. move that back out. Now let's get back to the main story."
Yeah, and it did. The rest of the series
was ridiculous.
Was the story.
And so now Bud Light. Their sales are plummeting. Thousands of bars and restaurants, nearly 3,000 locations. The people ordering and the serving of Bud Light has dropped 17% compared to the same week a year ago. Fewer people are ordering it in bars, and of course, all this comes after the Dylan Mulvaney campaign. And
let me ask you this about these numbers, because it goes on into the story, and it says Bud Light's pours were down 6% at 3,000 locations. But up here, it says 17%.
I guess what they're saying that all of this and the pours, that's coming out of the draft, Greg? Is that what that means versus I ordered a bottle of beer?
I guess so.
Yeah,
must be.
Yeah, because that's
I guess.
I guess that's what that means. Like I say, I'm Baptist, so I don't know beer lingo.
Right. I'm completely lost here.
And I left the beer community about 27 years ago, so I'm out of the loop now.
You may have to ask an actual brewer about that.
Now, if you want to talk about milkshakes, I
Sure.
can talk to you about that. And the fact I'd like to see all restaurants go to the slightly larger straw for your milkshake.
Yeah.
Sturdy.
Now
It
that's
needs
important.
to be sturdy.
That's
But
important.
I don't know much about taps and drafts. And all
I
that
love a
stuff.
good milkshake.
How about this? I'll tell you, all of you out there too.
Good old vanilla.
The paper straw's not going to save the earth, and they are a terrible product.
They're terrible.
Enough with the paper straw.
Stick to your lips.
Did y'all see the Sarah Huckabee Sanders koozies that
God,
she
this is
put out?
good.
Yeah,
she put out some koozies with the different female
I heard about this.
governors. Do y'all want to? They did a spoof on the Real Man of Genius.
Yeah, right. Now we played that.
Well, no, that was DeSantis.
That was his group. Okay, so this is a different one.
Yes.
Okay. All right, here we go. Yeah.
It's good, but it's a little bit.
Is it corny?
It's a little bit.
Is it clever or not?
It's irritating.
Okay.
America presents Real Women of Politics.
Real women of politics.
Today we salute all the real woman leaders of this great country.
Real women don't have to fake it.
Real women.
Yeah.
Doing real things.
Real women work too hard for this.
Some big companies can't tell the difference between real and fake anymore.
Real people know the difference.
That's why we're introducing the Real Women of Politics koozie.
Real women of politics.
Now, you can salute the real women of politics at every backyard barbecue and tailgate. And if it covers up the label of a big woke company, well, that works too.
Real women of politics.
So
Order your Real Women of.
So, wait a minute. So that's Shaun of the South?
No.
Oh, Greg. I wish they would have gotten a dude to sing it though.
I know.
You know, I mean, it's just.
I used to love that campaign. That was a great campaign.
I'll give that about a 5.5.
Yeah.
I almost laughed at one point. Almost.
Wasn't great. Wasn't great. I think we could have done more with it. It's a good idea, but
they needed the dude with the raspy
Real man of genius. They could have got you out.
I could have done it.
You're all over it.
But the point is, because what the gray area is, and we started talking about this with movies. What we've always heard is, let me tell you something. What we're supposed to be doing is selling products, and what we're going to do is we're going to do what we know is going to sell the most stuff, and we're here to make a profit. But that's over. Now we have pandering even at the demise of sales and the demise of the product, and it just doesn't seem to make sense. I don't understand the fear that we must awkwardly go this way, just wide open, just knocking stuff over, tearing stuff up, when really you could just say, we're not coming out against and we're not coming out for, we're just selling the product. And and they're trying to be sharp, to Greg's point, and it's burning them. I mean, they're getting burned. You know how you step into something too quick?
Exactly.
You know, the bleeding edge, as you said many times.
Oh, boy.
There's bleeding edge of culture, too.
Oh, yeah.
You got a bad signal, you're like, it seems like more people are into this.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hang on.
Yeah. And now women are starting to wake up going, all right, wait a minute, y'all got a biological male getting endorsement contracts we should get for female products?
Well, you saw all the lists of awards that have gone to biological males that were supposed to be female awards.
Right.
Yeah.
It's that pandering, overcompensating stuff.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, no surprise, we've had quite the response to Bank on Yourself. Now more than ever, you want to be in control of the money that you actually earned. And of course, the federal government has done a masterful job of convincing us that somehow the money that we have earned actually is theirs. And they'll take what they need from it, and then they'll give us back whatever they deem appropriate. And you're saying, well, Rick, what does that got? What do you mean bank on yourself? I'm talking about retirement plans. I mean, did you know that most of the studies that we're doing right now are showing that the majority of us right now talking and listening and hanging out will outlive our savings by almost 10 years. That's 10 years that your retirement income is going to be gone, and that's when you need it the most. And that alone is proof that these conventional retirement plans fail most Americans. And remember, you don't control these 401ks and IRAs. You don't. The government controls it. They decide how much you can borrow, when you must pay it back, when you'll owe, how many taxes you'll owe, what penalties you'll get for taking money out too soon. They'll even penalize you if you wait too long. It is your money. But there's a better way. And I think you need to check on Bank on Yourself. It is a guaranteed and predictable way to grow your hard-earned money. This retirement plan alternative gives you 100% control of your money, plus tax-free income in retirement. So you're going to know what your tax burden is, because it's going to be zero. So guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income, tax-free retirement income. You're in control, unlike the 401ks and IRAs. You get access to your money for any purpose at any time with no questions asked, no government penalties or restrictions on how much income you can take or when you can take it. Bank on Yourself is the strategy famous businesses like McDonald's use when no banker would lend them a dime. And almost anyone can do it. It's got built-in inflation protection. It is guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good and bad times. You have the guaranteed minimum value of your retirement savings. On the day you plan to tap into them, the minimum value will always be there at every point along the way. So that's peace of mind. So why don't you go right now to find out everything you could possibly know about bankonyourself.com. Go to bankonyourself.com/RBS. That's Rick and Bubba Show, but just use the letters. Bankonyourself.com/RBS. RBS, and start banking on yourself. That part's not a mystery.
Yeah, Rick, you really don't want to keep him.
I tell you what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep them both. God almighty.
No wonder he wins it every year.
He is a genius. He likes to keep all great players. Are you kidding me?
Rick, I've heard next year.
You mean he wants to have good players every time he puts somebody in? Are you kidding me? Gosh, if more people do that, they'd probably win. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The gang is all here as we start a brand new hour. So as we start the brand new hour, we hope that you will continue to hang with us today. You can find out everything about the Rick and Bubba Show by going to rickandbubba.com. Yesterday's archive from the Wednesday Bible study now available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Sean of the South will be our guest. Got a thick beard and so anyway, so that's coming up. So
why do we have to say that every time?
So yesterday, we were, it's always fun to come to work, and we've talked about how, I don't know how many of you that part of your daily experience at work it could potentially be ridicule, but here it could happen at any time, at any moment.
Yeah, I'm tired of y'all doing that.
Yeah, and if that bothers you, you probably need to find somewhere else to work. Because it's all fun and it's good, and we all have our time and we have fun. So yesterday I had, I remember anytime any of us go to get new clothing, when you come in that the ridicule is there because, on this show, the comfort level for all of us is that we all will dress just maybe a click up from a homeless man.
Right.
And anything that you try to do beyond that
but
is
not anymore.
Rick, I take ownership of that.
Right.
Really do.
And look, we're not fashionistas. Speedy used to be one. And then finally they kicked him out of the buckle and he couldn't do it anymore because of his age.
He used to be on the cutting edge.
Right. And so you don't see a tremendous
he's
amount.
kind of slid back to weekend golfer.
Right.
When he was Calvin Callaway or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Nope. Hang it.
Yeah. At one time, Speedy was the closest thing we had to fashion. He's faded like the rest of us, and we're not really slaves to fashion.
54 now.
Yeah, we're not. You don't want to look to us for fashion. It just isn't the place to go. We lean toward comfort.
I'm wearing a Han Solo shirt today, so it's
well done.
That guy he'll wear a vintage T-shirt in a minute.
When you can tell when Adler's doing something and speaking at something important or attending something because his shirt's not wrinkled, but it's still a T-shirt.
Sure.
It's just not a wrinkled T-shirt.
You always knew he missed laundry day. This is when he was single. Yeah. When he would show up with that smoothie shirt. Yeah. Some kind of smoothie king. Smoothie king. And it was so tight on it.
You're not wrong, Greg. You're not wrong.
That is so true.
But this one is a nice one. This one was folded today.
Well,
this is one of them folded shirts.
Watch out.
A couple of items I'll share with you from inside looking out. So this goes back to, and only we would make this analogy. Bubba, do you remember way back, and you can go find it on Best of Moments?
Nope.
When Bubba and I had kids, that were playing Little League at a Little League field that was a great distance to go to the field, distance. So we started talking about getting a bicycle, and Bubba and I went, again, comfort over style, which we're not afraid to do. It didn't bother us. It didn't bother us in the least to do that.
Looking sharp.
Yeah, and we got these bikes that were called Townies. You remember that?
Yeah, do we?
And I remember us saying that we acknowledged that these bikes looked ridiculous. Mm-hmm. We acknowledged that they had no cool factor whatsoever. And I remember us saying, we realized that these are gay bikes, but we love our gay bikes. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Well, they were just easy to ride, and
you remember
they got us to the back of the park, which was about a mile walk, it felt like.
So you remember that we acknowledged that.
Yes.
Okay, that, hey, we know this is all.
Right. Had a flag on it.
So I have been, when we've been through this, look, we'll see. All this is we'll see. We've all... when you're a person of weight, you try to take some weight off and do better. Then you go back up, and then you don't like being there, and you take a little. It can be just a never-ending cycle. So the reason why that is most big people in the Chubbalicious community, and I'm certainly one of those. We have our really fat clothes, really fat, and then we have somewhat fat, and then we have a few, but there's not much of this. I lost some weight one time, so I hung on to a couple of these in case that ever happens again.
Yeah,
but we never build on that area. Okay. It may be two shirts, and maybe one pair
at the end of the closet,
and usually one pair of pants. Okay, so what you have, I'll tell you this: the really fat is bigger than the I lost some weight, but the biggest is my normal fat. Okay, that's where you have the biggest things, and so I have been for what I have when it comes to pants. My really fat are 44s. My somewhat fat is 42. And then if I ever lose weight, that's 38. Okay. And then somewhere in between, I have a few 40s. Okay. So I can be from 44, rarely 38, but usually between 42 and 40. Okay. And my shirts are always double X.
All right.
Okay. So, and that's my townie. That's where I want to be. I know this clothing doesn't look that great, but it's very comfortable, and I like being in here. So I've been really on trying to do better here in 2023, and I've been really, really fat. Then I've done better, and then I went back to being just plain fat, and then I've tried to go from plain fat back down to leaner than I've ever been. Okay,
I'm making the chart here.
Okay, so I can give you the numbers. I mean,
Rick, can we call the real fat Max Q?
Yeah, Max Q. I love that. That's good.
Yeah, that's the Rockets go through that when they have the maximum force on them.
Yeah, so my Max Q was 305.
Okay.
My most of my adult life, I've hung around 270, 280.
Okay.
Okay. And then when I try to do good, I dropped down to 260. Okay.
Yeah.
And one time, for a brief moment, I actually weighed 248, but it was a very short period of time.
Yeah.
It didn't last very long, and then I shot back up to 260, 265. All right. So
and settled there.
Yeah. And settled there, but that still keeps me in my double X's. Okay. and so recently, I have dropped to a new low of weight that I have never been in my adult life, and so Sherry says, "You look ridiculous. These shirts now, you look like a little boy wearing his daddy's shirt."
Well, you're afraid.
And she says, "We have got to go get you some shirts that fit, and some pants that fit." And I said, "I don't think so."
Yeah.
And she was
scared of that.
And she was like, "You have to let
Rick,
go, Rick."
anytime I reach a new low,
right?
If I go and buy clothes for the new low,
Yes.
that immediately
Yes.
means I'm going back.
And you know
up.
that's my fear.
Yeah.
You know that's what I'm concerned about. And Sherry's like, are you committed? I said, baby, I am committed, but I love
Just
my
telling you.
I love my
Invest a lot
I
in
love
it.
my double X, and I love my big pants. I like the way they fit.
Belt
she goes,
hold 'em up.
She goes, "Do you even know what it's like to have clothing on that fits?" I said, "I don't think so." and I said, I don't know that I really want to, because there's no room for error there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you don't have any, if you just get off just a little bit and you're wearing something that fits, I mean, everybody's like, and look, and all fat people have done this. Rick Burgess, I've done it. I acknowledged it at a speaking engagement one time because I made the mistake of looking in the mirror before I went out.
You're like, oh.
And I walked out and I said to the audience, and they laughed, "I realize I've gone to this sweater too quick." And I'm
about 2 weeks ahead.
I had lost a little more than I did.
I have not lost enough weight to be in this shirt, and I acknowledge that. Okay, and I know
I'd
y'all-
rather miss large than be too tight.
Yeah, me too. And as soon as I walked out, I said, "Let's go ahead and get this off the table," because I don't want it to distract you from the message.
I'm fully aware.
Right. Don't think I'm delusional. Apparently, I was when I got in my car. I said, but when I got here, when they had me back there talking to the pastor, he had a mirror in there, I guess, for him to go out to preach, to be sure his tie's straight or whatever. And I don't know nobody wears a tie anymore, but whatever. And I said, saw myself in the mirror.
Got you a look.
Got it. For some reason, lighting must have been right. And in my house, maybe we need new lighting, or maybe we've got a very, very kind mirror. I said, but I realize that this shirt I have on right now, I am not thin enough to wear it. So I'm so sorry. So when we come back, I'll tell y'all what happened, because I love my big clothes and letting go of these big. And I understand the whole thing about if you don't let them go, it means you're not. You haven't resolved your. I got all that, but it's a scary thing for big people when to leave those comfort shirts.
You gotta keep
right and I was starting to look a little frumpy in some of them, but I'm almost in that the zone you don't want to be in. I don't really need a shirt that big, but then the next step down.
Yeah, I know.
If you
I'm not quite there.
Yeah. So we'll come back. I'll tell you about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. May 6th, looking forward to being in Phoenix City, Alabama. Somerville Baptist Church men's gathering, and looking forward to being there. Men, you can join us. They do want you to register, and we have that link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Bubba and I headed to Montgomery May 18th. It's going to be Rick and Bubba night with the Montgomery Biscuits. Keep listening to I-92 for your chance to be with us and hang out a little bit. It's going to be great. And you can find that at rickandbubba.com, or just keep listening to I-92 there in the Montgomery area. All right, so I'm down to the point where my wife is saying, you can't go around looking at like a little boy wearing his daddy's clothes, okay? Your pants are your pants look ridiculous. And boy, there's some of my favorite pants. She goes, so we're at church on Sunday. And see, she's motivated because this year, and I think I've told y'all this, not one, but two of our sons are getting married this year, within 30 days of each other.
Hey, boy.
So you
couldn't
know,
have planned it no better than that.
You know how Mama is when it comes to I got to get my mother of the groom dress. I got to get in shape, and of course Sherry said yesterday to our friend who's helping us do better on the nutrition and exercise end. She told him yesterday, she goes, if you don't believe in the influence of men, and Rick talks about this all the time, I know that the guys talk about this, it's absolutely true. She goes, when Rick and I were married, I was a health nut. She said, I ate healthy, I exercised all the time, I was in tremendous shape, and she goes, and guess which one of us influenced the other? He influenced me, and suddenly I became a fun zone person, and she goes, and we had our years that we refer to, fat and happy. And so anyway, she goes, now here I am having to drop weight and do all this. So she says, but we're getting clothes today. You're just not over. You're not going to go around looking like this. And so we go in, and we go, and she gets me some shirts, and we get some new pants, and she said, now I want you to look. This is the way people are. This is what clothes that fit look. And I looked in the mirror and I said, boy, that doesn't leave a lot of room.
Ooh.
And I thought to myself, unlike, because one thing this show will do for you, working with these guys, these so-called friends of mine, if you ever feel pretty good about yourself, they'll correct it.
Yeah.
Okay? And
just come to work.
And so I think, she goes, Rick, put on this. You'll look good at work tomorrow. So here's one of your new shirts. Here's you some new jeans. Ooh. Here's you some new shoes. And I thought, you know what? I feel pretty good about myself. I've dropped some weight. I've tried to get do a little better, and I bet the guys will compliment me tomorrow when I get to work about
You really thought that?
No, I didn't think that. I knew better than that.
You hoped it.
I drove in, and what it is, my wife has more influence over me than y'all, and I like her. Being right with her. If I'm not right with y'all, I mean, I can distance myself from y'all, but she's there every day, and she was like, "Look how good you look today." I mean, when you go into work, I'm just so proud of you and all that. And I was just riding in and all this, and as soon as I walk in,
proud of you too, Rick.
As soon as I walk in, hey, would you get a job at a mega church?
yeah.
Hey, what'd you get? Hey, look at me, got me a stylish shirt.
I got my own stylist.
I got me some new shoes. And I'm like, well, there that goes.
I thought honestly that we were shooting a new promo picture, and then I looked at the last one. I realized that dressing nice was not required.
No,
we were in shorts. When I saw him come in, I thought something was up.
No, a guy just actually emailed me asking, could we send something signed? I said, let's send him something other than that picture.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, could there be a picture more outdated? But anyway, so we get down to me being ridiculed and all that, and so it happened yesterday, and we've been this is this ongoing saga. Y'all know that Sherry said we're going to do better together. Let's try to do this together, but then she abandons me. Okay. She says, I'm going to start working out with you and Sean Thompson, who is a young man that I've known for a long time. Met him when he was working with Godspeed.
Wait, Sean?
You say
Sean?
Yeah, and not Sean of the South. I'm going to work out Rick and tell him to shut his mouth. So anyway,
a lot.
Yeah. So
a lot.
He was a coach at Godspeed, with Blake Prime and all the great people there. So that me starting there started this whole trying to do better. Well, then we got to where it was Sherry and me, and we were like, you know what, the class thing, we need somebody that can come to our house and we can do it. And Sean, that's what he does now. He does a personal training thing, and I've known him for a number of years, and have he and I've met together, and he asked me to mentor him for a while, and he's just a strong young man of God, and has 3 beautiful children and all this, and so he this is he and just like my friend Blake Prime that I teach with, they all have helped me with my nutrition and tried to, and, you know, it's just like Dave Ramsey. If I do what they say, it works. But if I don't, it doesn't. Okay, you know, and even though I acknowledge it, what they say is right. So anyway, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. And Sherry went 2 weeks that she had projects where she left me alone having to work out by myself. Which was, you know, one time even he brought a coach in training who actually laid down on the ground to be sure my reps were right. Okay?
No reps.
And so I'm mad about that. And so finally she's like, well, you know, I'm back with you this week.
Oh, boy.
And I said, well, thank goodness, because I know that you'll ask Sean questions and he won't be watching me as much. And because I don't,
count by twos.
Let me be clear, I don't enjoy working out. Never have, never will, I guess. Okay, I like the results, but I do not like the process at all. I'm not one of these people who got to get a workout in.
Endorphins.
This is me all day. Workout. I'm like the guy, Dunkin' Donuts guy. Time to make the donuts. Yeah.
I've never found that endorphin rush from working out.
I've had my body click into the try not to die mode. You know what I mean? But save self.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it happened yesterday. The last 2 days, two things have happened in the last 2 days. So Sherry comes back. We're out there, and here's the workout for a day, guys. Sherry's on a mat next to me. I'm on the other mat. We're standing in front of. Here we go, like that. And so we go through an exercise that had 20 reps. Okay. Sherry has left me with him by myself for 2 weeks. I think good. She's back.
Yeah.
Sherry, he didn't do but 18. and Sean goes, you didn't do 20? And I said, what are you talking about? I did 20.
I did 20-ish.
She goes, I did. That was 18. That wasn't 20. I said, you're counting my reps? And she said,
how you counting your own?
Yeah, are you counting your own? She goes, yeah, but I can see that you're with. I said, is it possible, since I'm like twice your size, that I may have done it quicker than you did? Maybe I got through them quicker. So you got through this exercise quicker than I can get through it. Apparently, because I did 20, I'll tell you that.
Y'all are standing on the mats.
Yeah, we're standing on the mat. And now Sean's uncomfortable. And finally I said, hey, can we have a minute? And I called and said, hey, what happened to Team Burgess? You're not on Team Burgess.
Yeah.
You don't count my reps.
No.
I said, we're together. I said, do you want me telling Sean that your form's not right? Well, he probably won't have to say that because I do my form right. And I said,
no rep.
I said, hey, Team Burgess, that's a violation right there. You don't count. No, sir. We can't have that. You can't. You got to be with me. I didn't know that her coming back would be worse. And then yesterday, guess what happens?
Did anybody bark out "cram it, clown"?
Well, that's what I said. I'll tell you one more count reps. Hey, you count my reps one more time. Right. Somebody's gonna get a cram it, clown.
Yeah. But you're supposed to be.
By the way, we've added a new one. Move it, clown.
Move it.
All right, okay. Listen to this. So then yesterday, intervention, and I could tell it was set up.
Oh no.
Sean says, "Hey, can I just talk to you about one thing?" And I thought, "Oh no."
Come on.
He goes, "You're gonna have to let the big clothes go."
Oh,
and he goes, if you're really resolved to do this, you'll get rid of those big clothes. Mm-hmm. And I looked at Sherry, and she's over there like she's not part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, Team Burgess.
Yeah.
And she goes, I've been waiting to say this. I didn't want to. I know he goes, but we're at the point now. You got to decide to get rid of the big clothes. And I said, but Sean, I love my big clothes. And she goes, he does. He loves his big clothes. I don't act like you're not part of this.
Right.
And I said,
what are we improving here?
I said, I love my big clothes. So I just, after I was done, I went in my closet and I just stood in front of them. And they just looked at me like, Rick, don't leave us. You going to need us.
Keep us here.
You're going to wish we didn't leave. And I can't do it. I haven't done it.
Just hide them.
And I just stared at him, and I'm like, it's like that Dadeville about that townie. I knew I needed to get rid of that townie, but I just loved it so much.
I know.
I said, I love you, big shirt. I love you, loose hanging pants. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there right now. I mean, now more than ever, protecting your property, it's unfortunately crucial. It is. So SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there now and get the right system. Something that can be customized to your property, not some kind of boilerplate security system that you go, well, I'm not sure my house or my business, I need this. Well, you just have to put it like it is. Well, not with SimplySafeBubba.com. You install it yourself. You can get a sensor anywhere that you think you're susceptible to a break-in. And their Fast Protect technology, which is an industry exclusive, captures critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. You can show them, hey, this is not a false alarm. You get 24/7 professional monitoring, and it costs less than $1 a day. That's less than half the price of the other security systems. Go to SimplySafeBubba.com right now. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with the monitoring. That's SimplySafeBubba.com or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com. So, Bubba, you were telling me we got a story today involving some of that. Have they been portraying themselves as a doctor?
Yeah, kind of bizarre out of Southern California. A California man is facing charges for impersonating a doctor and practicing medicine without a license. His name's Stephen Gevorkian.
No, it is not. That is not his last name.
44. He treated thousands of patients, some with cancer. Investigators say that he failed to identify a hormone imbalance in an undercover investigator, is the way they found out.
What kind of imbalance?
Hormone.
Okay.
Hormone?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said hormone.
No, hormone. He said hormone.
Hormone. Yeah. Hormone.
Yeah, that too.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure. But nowadays it might be hormone. There may be somebody transitioning to it.
You never know. Right. Rick, he has treated thousands of patients. Now, his lawyer says that all this is false and that they're going to have their day in court and prove that.
What if you're one of the patients right now and you're seeing this story come out?
Well, you have to be concerned. Anybody with a last name that is close to Gevorkian.
I would stay away from him anyway.
To begin with.
That is not the way to go. Let me ask you this, though. Okay, I understand that there's accusations he's a fake doctor and he's got a spooky last name, okay? But is he any good? Has he done a good job? I mean, do you find, if somebody said, hey, I actually got the treatment I was supposed to, it actually did quite well, and he turns out to be fake, do you care? I mean, here's the question. Is he doing a good job?
Yeah. Probably not.
Well,
probably
not.
Well,
Rick, probably not, but I mean, thousands of patients.
A little more qualified.
Thousands of patients he's treated.
Well, that's true.
I mean, that's not a small
number. You
number.
think there'd been a flag up before now?
That's not a small number.
He's weird looking.
They pointed out that on Yelp, someone had wrote a post in 2021 that says, "I think Dr. G is a fraud."
Okay.
How do these doctors get away with that?
I don't know.
Like Dr. Death and all them. I don't get it.
Yeah, but he actually had a degree, and that's even more scary.
Right.
Well, yeah, you would think there's a cold process, but let's. I don't know this, and we got all kinds of medical people out there. The medical field loves this show, probably because they're taking notes and going on. And there they go again. But we probably are.
Or we visited most of it.
But we're probably case studies for students. But back to this. So let's say that I got all the gear, I've got a fake degree.
Okay.
I go and rent some office space. And I go into business as Dr. Burgess. Can people call me? I mean, how can I? Is there a process to keep me from pulling that off?
Well, I would think.
Do they really check
if they could prove that you were not licensed to be a doctor? That would be a big step in that direction.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. What I'm saying is, can I just open up and start doctoring?
Well, you could, and
that's happened.
But eventually, they're going to catch you, like in this case.
Well, after thousands of patients, so I did pretty good.
Apparently, probably in California.
I guess what I'm saying is, how do we keep that from ever opening?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, he'd go to get a business license, but you think they would have to show their
that's my
medical
point. Now
license.
you're getting where I am.
But if they faked one, they could fake them.
If I have a fake medical license, does a business license people just go, well, he's got all the paperwork?
Isn't that what Catch Me If You Can, guys?
Yes.
And I know they've exaggerated everything in that movie, but it's still a good movie.
Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, no way all that.
No.
No.
But that is scary, though. Isn't it?
Well, yeah, it is.
But you know,
no. What's scary is the guy Speedy brought up Dr. Death.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you've ever listened to that, he had a degree, but he just wasn't good. There's some of the doctors that even turned him in and say he may be a serial killer. He's that bad.
He's that bad.
But
yeah.
other hospitals kept sending him to, and they would give him good recommendation just to get him out of there. So that's what's scary.
Which one are we talking about?
Dr. Death. It was
But
the name of
what's
the
his-
podcast.
but
What
what's
is his
his
name?
name?
I don't know.
Basically, he was killing patients.
But
That's
and he was doing
almost
spinal.
like-
He was doing spinal. No, that Dr. Death was
That's different. Yeah.
helping
he
people
was
commit suicide.
Yeah.
This guy was a spinal neurosurgeon.
Was actually from Tennessee.
Who just wasn't any good.
Wasn't
at
any
it.
good, yeah.
And but other hospitals, because they'd give him a good recommendation and send him away just to get him out of their area. So that's what's scary. It took these 2 other doctors to come in behind him on some of these cases. And look, y'all going to do something about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, was he just bad, or was he
There
killing
he is.
people on purpose?
Well, the one guy had a theory that if he's so bad that he thinks he was doing it on purpose, but I don't know.
He was a brilliant research guy.
Yeah, that was his deal.
But he was a horrible surgeon. And but he thought he was the man.
Yeah.
And
he was one of those.
He was so confident
God
he would
complex.
make you believe. Yes, that's it. He
Yeah.
had God complex.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
There is
Of course,
I want to say
he's
it's
not the only
Hulu.
doctor
Is
who
it
has that.
Hulu that did the
Hulu did a
series
series.
on it, and
Yeah.
it's really eye opening.
Okay,
scary.
so he was delusional, had a
Yes.
God complex,
Yes.
True narcissist.
did brilliant research,
Yes,
but when it came to the skill of spinal surgery, he was so bad he kept killing people.
Well, yeah,
And-
crippling them.
I mean,
His
Oh,
best
Rick,
friend,
it's awful.
His best friend, one of his best friends, he nearly decapitated
He
him.
did.
But
Yeah, almost cut his neck.
But all of us know, anytime you have a procedure, you put out the feelers.
Yeah.
And everybody
Oh,
comes
yeah.
back and says, "I tell you who the best is, the best right there." Wasn't
Or this
if
guy's
you-
good. He
well, he
helped
could-
me.
If you
or-
put out the
What was
feelers,
good-
if
he
you put
was
out the
a-
feelers on this
hey,
this guy,
salesman of all salesmen.
does
too.
somebody not roll up in a wheelchair and say, "Don't use him"?
And-
Well,
which
they
makes-
started
tried, yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
Which
That
makes
started
everybody look bad, though, is these hospitals that he was at to cover their own self.
Yeah.
They just were trying to get him out of there, so they knew that something was up, but they'd give him a good recommendation anyway.
And some didn't
just to get
give him
out
a
of
good
there.
they just told him he couldn't practice anymore, so he went somewhere
Across
else.
town. But,
It's
but
bizarre.
nobody, they just wanted him off the place so they wouldn't be
So
tied.
in
and
the
be liable.
spinal surgery world, was he the singer on American Idol that thinks they sing good?
Did he think he was good? Because they were,
I don't know.
the doctors
Rick-
that finally busted him were like, they would come behind him and go, who would do this?
Yeah.
I don't, because I'm not a doctor, obviously.
What?
Doctor?
I can't
Yeah,
I
you
can't
are.
speak firsthand to that, but I will speak to this in engineering circles.
Okay.
There's a lot of good engineers I know. And if they were going to build a radio or TV station, there would be similarities in what they would do and techniques that are proven, grounding and all this stuff. But they would attack the problem in a totally different way. Some would go with this manufacturer, some with this, some would want, a backup antenna, some not, and, all this stuff, combiners, different ways to go about it. But they're all good, but they would go about it different.
Yeah.
And I just wonder in doctoring if you don't have some of that too. I mean, I know they have standard procedures of the way they treat some things, but I think that's why getting a second or even third opinion is always a good idea when it comes to
Bubba,
doctors.
You are intelligent.
So,
Thank you, Captain.
But I will say this again. I go back now. Again, I understand that my mind and it oversimplifies things, and I break it down to the bottom line. I understand all that, but am I not waking up to the fact that an awful lot of my patients are being paralyzed or died? Maybe I'm not very good.
Yeah, they were just botched surgeries.
Like if
one
the
after
engineer
another.
kept having stations that blew up and they couldn't get on the air and their equipment didn't work, wouldn't
And
they go, maybe I'm not very good at it?
The word gets out.
Right.
If it's still out there, and like you say, Hans, was it Hulu?
Yeah,
They did it.
yeah. It was good.
The movie
I'm surprised
about
you hadn't seen it, Rick.
It's a
This
series.
is right
What's
up
it
your
called?
alley.
It's a series, Dr.
Let me
Death.
look, let me
I'm
look.
all in.
It's a limited series. Yeah.
Dr. Death. Philip maimed more than 30 people over the course of 18 months. Over a spree of botched operations resulting in 2 deaths. He's currently serving a life sentence in prison for deliberately maiming a patient.
Deliberately maiming. See, that's what I'm
they got
after.
him for.
And I think it was
Is he-
Peacock that had it. I think
It was Peacock. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
not
It wasn't
Hulu?
Hulu.
But
it was
I think
Peacock.
the podcast, in my opinion, was better.
Good, too.
Yeah, but he likes to watch things.
Yeah.
Who did he
With
intentionally
actors. It's in the
maim?
documentary. It's actually actors playing it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who did he maim, and why did he intentionally do it?
I don't know.
No, it wasn't necessarily.
It was just botched surgeries that ended up with some dying, and then some just
But he
had.
went to jail for intentionally
I
maiming
think
somebody.
one of those doctors that turned, and again, I can't remember everything. One of them said that this is so bad you had to have done it on purpose.
That's my point. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Not
Are we
all
saying
of them,
it's
but this
possible
one
he was
particular
It is
evil?
possible, yes.
Denver police.
And that's what they eventually ruled on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why he's in jail.
One of his patients bled to death after he slashed her major artery during the procedure. Another had a massive stroke the day after he sliced her vertebral artery during surgery.
Yeah, other doctors were being rushed into his operating room to help save patients.
Phone calls coming up
Crazy.
next. 866 We Be Big. We chat with you.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. To the people we go. If you want to join us, lines are available. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. Not a time to visit with Greg. A time to let him know what you want to talk about, where you're calling from, what your name is, and get ready to go. Now, some of you who are multi-time callers, your name will already be there because this new phone system captures your name and your phone in case we need to call you about something. I'm just kidding. Kevin in Sweet Home, Alabama. Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
Y'all still have that echo in the back, but we'll work through it.
Whatever. Okay. Nobody said that on the new phone system but you, so it might be on your end. But go ahead.
Sorry about that. The Joe Biden deal, he created, 12 million jobs?
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Okay. What about the jobs during the COVID to where the government shut people down where they could not work any longer?
Politicians leave that kind of stuff out.
You cannot claim you created those many jobs if you shut people out of work.
Right. Well, I think you're mistaken is you use the wrong phrasing. Oh, you can absolutely claim it.
Don't make it true.
Right.
There's a number of jobs that are created every single day, and that's what he's claiming.
Right. Yeah.
So,
let's go to. They're always playing.
And it's
games.
way under what we normally have.
Yeah.
But he's throwing out big numbers
because it's a number somebody
people
said.
just don't know.
Well, it's just like we do in our business, and it's changing a little bit with all the streaming stuff because it's giving you different numbers. But everybody can go. I'm number one, and you go, oh really? Are you? And then you go down, and the disclaimer at the bottom goes, with women between 55 and 65 on Tuesday at between this 15-minute period. Kay in Huntsville, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, so y'all talking about the Dr. Death?
Mm-hmm.
So if he has this godlike syndrome and he's a narcissist, like they're saying, the doctors are like, how can he do this? He don't think he did it. He's blaming everybody else. He's blaming the nursing staff. He's blaming the OR techs. Yeah. He's in prison thinking that it's everybody else's fault but his.
Yeah. If you've ever tried to counsel somebody like that, it really, unfortunately, is a complete waste of your time.
Yeah.
Right.
You can lay the facts out
right
where normal people go, that looks like a case, and they will still deny it.
Yeah, it's always somebody else's fault. Let's go to Gavin, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Gavin, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How y'all doing?
We're good, great. Man. We're great.
Y'all was talking about the Doctor of Death. I was going to recommend a show to y'all. Have y'all ever watched the movie The Good Nurse on Netflix?
I don't think I've
haven't.
seen.
No.
It's pretty much a similar story of what y'all are talking about. It's a nurse that was working at these hospitals, injecting insulin bags in the storage room, or IV bags in the storage room with clear liquids, IVs, injecting with insulin and killing patients that way. And a similar story where the doctor didn't want the liability, so they would just pass them on to the next hospital. He ended up killing hundreds of people.
Wow. Wow. There's a certain trust that we have, and you just have to, it goes back to faith. You just go, well, I assume that you know what you're doing, and everything seems to be that you do.
Yeah.
But let's face it, if somebody wants to do you wrong and they've got that kind of and they're in that situation.
Yeah.
All right, here's an anonymous caller that said they work with a bad doctor.
Oh,
wow. We're not with this doctor, right?
Yeah, no, not with this doctor. Okay. But, getting the patients ready and stuff, they would ask, they would say, oh, he's the greatest, or, but then sometimes they would pose the question, well, don't you think he's the greatest? And my response to these type of guys would be like, well, his patients seem to really like him. If people that actually work with the guy or the girl don't directly say, yes, he's a great doctor, I'd let him work on me type thing. If they kind of hem-haw around about it, then you need to go the other way. That's kind of a sign that they wouldn't let them work on their dog, basically.
Yeah,
a lot of time. I mean, I think nurses are always, if you know one, they'll usually give you the heads up or heads down on ones they like or disapprove of, and I think there's some probably better than others.
Of course there is. Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Cody.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thank you, Cody. Glad you called.
So here is my question for the day.
I've been wondering this for a good while. So, once the economy goes to complete crap, and they've implemented Fed now, they've changed over to the centralized banking system, and they have a lot tighter grip on everybody's life. What's that going to look like for the show and for y'all personally? When they're able to tell you exactly what you can and can't do, and if not, then they shut you down.
Well, you know, it's interesting because this is being talked about right now with the Tucker Carlson thing.
We get accused of that now. Anyway.
Yeah, we do. And they're saying that what's happening, and it's going to be to their demise, that terrestrial TV and terrestrial radio, if they get to the point that they do not allow their host to express their opinions and they don't stand by them over fear of getting mean calls or protest or things like that, and I'm not talking about things that everybody would agree was irresponsible, just points of view, then they're just going to simply put themselves out of business because Tucker Carlson is about to rise up on some streaming thing. It may be Blaze, it may be his own app, it may be whatever, and then all those people are going to flock to him there, and it's going to end up being the demise of the terrestrial world because this content and these that people desire that are the majority of our society, they're just going to go get it wherever they can get it. And then when that host can find a way to find sponsors that will say, will you drop this into your content today for this amount of money, and the audience just goes where they are and listens to them whenever they want to, either live or archived, it's going to be the demise. Mm-hmm. So that's what would happen. You just find, I mean, right now, I mean, a lot of our life was spent for years. There was a consultant or a program director standing between you and us, and it was their opinion many times on whether they thought the show should be on or not. We're thankful for the stations that have stuck by us and do think this is viable. But now if there's a market where no station is bold enough to put us on, and when I say bold, I mean they don't think we're worth it, well, then now those people just go listen to the TuneIn app, the podcast app, podcast archives, or they watch us on YouTube or watch that archive. They still get it. So I think if the terrestrial people start filtering and say we want something bland and bland only that maybe nobody will be mad about, and the audience leaves and goes to the same content in the streaming world, then they'll just all go out of business. But these hosts and these shows will continue on. So you just do a new plan. I mean, that's all you could do, right? Or go find something else to do for a living.
Yeah, well, I think there's I don't know that I would break it down how the categories. I mean, Fox News is it's a cable outlet.
Sure.
It's not a terrestrial.
Well, that's what I meant, cable, when I said that. Yeah,
but
the traditional broadcast.
To your point, I think in the old days, your access to the public was so limited, but now it's so unlimited.
It's unlimited, yeah.
That if you can pull the audience, they'll find you. I mean, Joe Rogan is a perfect example of that.
Absolutely.
There's no network or no cable channel that would have put him on at prime time.
No.
And look at the following on his podcast.
Right. He doesn't need them. So, yeah, the cable channels and the terrestrial platforms, they don't have the stronghold on the content they once did and access to it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all make up Team Rick and Bubba. And I be Rick.
And I be Bubba.
There he is. So we mentioned that going to the break, and you're going to hear Tucker Carlson. He's now made a statement, pretty much echo what we just told the caller. The bad news is, when you look at cable and you look at terrestrial and you look at, all of this, and they're trying to decide who you can and cannot hear and see. The good news is streaming offers all kinds of opportunities for people. Now, there's a lot of content out there, and you got to try to find your audience and then find a way to monetize it. But you simply can't be told to go away. And Tucker Carlson has finally issued a statement about the state of the media and these modern-day political, 24/7 news channels and even the main three on the three major networks, now 4 major networks. But here is Tucker Carlson talking about the state of things.
Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true, and a bunch of hilarious people also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant. They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power, natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media. Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization, but it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this. That's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid. They've given up persuasion. They're resorting to force. But it won't work. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink, and they become weaker. That's the iron law of the universe. True things prevail. Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough. As long as you can hear the words, there is hope. See you soon.
So there you go. And I like what he says. This current society that we have here in America is so outrageous, it cannot last. I mean, I love what he says, what's true. No one really believes it. There's not that many people that really believe it. Now, the sheeple have been told that this is true, so they're trying to believe it. But I hope that he's right. He's optimistic that what we're doing right now is so obviously not the way to go, it can't make it. And there'll be change. So we'll see. But and he is right when they can't persuade you to go along, when you let the central government get really, really big, or you let mobs get really, really loud and violent, they'll leave persuasion and they'll go to force. And usually the people push back on that.
You know, one of the curious things about his leaving Fox and Don Lemon leaving CNN, both of them have staff people who've come out and said good riddance, didn't like them.
Yeah.
They were not good to work for or work with. Now, I understand there's a lot of people that can't take it today, that are, you have to walk around with on eggshells. But I thought that was interesting that both of them have not had a lot of support from their former employees they work with.
Yep. So the audience, if they loved what he did, and he can find people who did like what he did and liked working for him, like I say, he'll just carry on another platform, or somebody else will hire him for theirs, thinking I'm willing to go with you.
Yeah, well, I think I definitely think you'll see him back doing some kind of show in the next little bit. Now, I don't know what his non-compete situation is. I don't know what he's been paid for or whatever. I haven't heard any reports on that. Have y'all? Anybody?
Just what we talked about.
I know what his
yesterday.
contract said, and if it's guaranteed for 18 more months, then he's. Would you say 1.6 a month?
I think
that's what it averaged.
1 point something a month, and I think they were in negotiations to go through 2029 during the middle of this.
Now, here's what I don't know.
It does seem strange they were in the middle of extending and then just decided to get rid of it.
Well, here's what we don't know, and of course I don't want to get off into the weeds, but you and I have some expertise on how this works.
Yep.
There are things in your contract that are called fireable offenses.
Yep.
Now, if you get fired over a fireable offense, I don't know anything.
Who calls?
Now, see, I don't know that anything he did would have met that standard.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
But if you're fired for cause, does your non-compete hold?
I know that I don't think someone that did as well as Tucker Carlson probably has the type of agents that allow a scenario where you could fire him and he still can't go to work anywhere.
Yeah.
I think that would have probably been fault.
And honestly, what state it's in, it depends a lot on state law.
But if they fired him and they cannot meet the definition of cause, then they owe him the rest of the contract.
Right. And then he may also have to sit out.
Right.
If he's getting a check. And again, if he's in a right to work state, they'll never be able to get him to sit out for any noticeable length of time.
No. So anyway, and strangely, have y'all been watching the former outrageous liberal Russell Brand, who used to be just he hated conservatives, he hated people of faith, he hated the whole Republican thing, and now, like a lot of people, he's seen the disaster of embracing the far left, and he's trying to work his way back to actually supporting Tucker Carlson. And telling you why he was fired. Yeah. I mean, Russell Brand, of all people.
He seems to be. He's obviously still, pretty liberal.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But he's not one of these that everything the other side says is wrong. He'll actually listen. If you have a good point, he'll acknowledge.
He's kind of become Bill Maher-like.
Yeah, a lot, very similar.
Yeah. So here he is talking about exposing why Tucker Carlson was really fired.
It also shows that the media is obsessed with itself. It's in a sort of narcissistic spiral, reporting on its own perspectives, its own heroes and its own villains. What is the mainstream media supposed to be for? Just for a moment, remind yourself that it's actually about giving you information about important stuff, like how the government are governing, about how corporations are behaving, the information that you need to live your life efficiently and effectively, so you're informed politically. It doesn't do that. You know it doesn't do that. You know that the mainstream media is owned by certain corporate interests. You know that it gets all of its revenue from like the pharmaceutical industry. You know that they're tied up with the military-industrial complex, and you know that they support the state with only partisan distinctions between this party or that party defining their output. They do not serve in your awakening. They do not serve your empowerment. Where Tucker Carlson goes next will inform us a great deal about our political landscape. If he joins an independent news organization, that's going to be fascinating. It will demonstrate where the power is moving, and it will show us why authoritarian, centralized systems of power are doubling down on trying to censor, control, surveil, prohibit, smear, destroy any alternative voices, because they recognize that now we can all communicate instantaneously and challenge any narratives that they put forward. That's why they've become ultra propagandist.
Huh?
That's Russell Brand.
I can't believe that's Russell Brand.
A lot of information there.
With a mic drop.
I didn't think we'd have a clip like that today.
Yeah.
So there you go. The Dadeville, Alabama shooting has taken an interesting turn. This is...
Yeah, we're trying to confirm, but...
Yeah, okay.
There's a news.
Yeah.
Something, I don't know where they're from. But.
All right, we'll unpack that a little bit when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look. It's 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. All right, so as we work our way back, this Dadeville, Alabama shooting at the Sweet 16 birthday party that unfortunately went horribly bad. So there's been some ongoing information that continues to kind of come out, and it's slow, and the national media is not really talking about it at all, and it's hard to kind of get to the bottom of what actually happened. I know locally maybe they're finding out more, but the national media, usually when there's a mass shooting, the national media wants to take this before all the people so they can begin to pontificate on why the Second Amendment is so evil. Mm-hmm. But you're not seeing that with this story. And now, as you're watching now, these are the suspects being walked to the police cars. If you've got us on YouTube, 89 Bubba shell casings were found, 7 guns. All these used, they believe, in the deadly Alabama mass shooting, one of the largest mass shootings in the state history, and there is no discussion of it nationally really at all. And
must
so
not fit the profile of something they're wanting to push.
That's what some people are saying. I thought that, this is the problem when it comes to mass shootings. You go to the one in Tennessee. Has anybody seen the manifesto yet?
No, they seem to be sitting on that for some reason.
Right.
I wonder why.
Now, how quickly do we get a manifesto out if it fits the right profile?
Oh yeah, if it was a MAGA, Christian thing, they would have it out immediately.
White male.
Yeah.
But here we have a horrible situation, and you would think if you were anti-guns, 7 guns, 89 shell casings, you'd be all over this. I mean, you'd be like, look what's happening to our country. Look, guns, and you don't really hear anything.
Yeah, I mean, it fits all of them.
Yeah, and
talking points that you would want to push.
So the discussion is, so those that are anti-gun ownership of private citizens, it's very inconsistent on when they decide to get upset or not.
Yeah, seems like it.
And so, which makes you believe that, I mean, I don't think we have to care about someone's sexual identity, someone's ethnicity, someone's gender. If you don't like mass shootings and you think mass shootings must be stopped, and you're even of the school that you think the way to stop it is to limit private gun ownership, I would respectfully disagree with you on that. But if that's your, that's your sign, and that's your marquee, and that's your bullhorn message, where are you on this one? And where are you on the Tennessee shooting? They didn't fit profiles.
Yeah, they're in the news and out in a hurry.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate because it makes you continue to think. So really, we pick and choose the messages. We're not just reporting the news and the facts. Mm-hmm. So, and then, Bubba, to go to something a little lighter. It's sad, but it's lighter. I know how, and maybe I don't want to speak for you, but I personally love word salads from Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if I can get a Kamala Harris word salad.
Yeah, she can say more to say less than very few people I know.
Let's see today if we can follow this word salad from our Vice President, Kamala Harris.
So I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past but the future.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. We've said this before. She looks like a Saturday Night Live character.
Yeah,
absolutely.
She could speak
like she's exaggerating, being funny,
right?
Talking out of her nose.
She can speak for a minute, not say anything.
I think it is very
what
important.
What we do here is supposed to hear.
For us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
Has she ever made a speech and when she was done, you thought, well, she cleared that up?
I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, and I can't
Well, it keeps happening.
I can't figure it out.
And I'm serious, and I got a lot of hand motions too while I'm making these points that make no sense.
Yeah.
It's important to know where you are now in time.
Yep.
Which could be said for anybody in any time.
At every moment in time, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
So she really wants to be a great speaker.
She does.
And she just can't pull it
God
off.
love her.
I would say
Couldn't she at least act and pretend to be one?
Couldn't you just hire a new speechwriter? I mean, there's better speechwriters out there. They have staff. They have a big staff, a lot of money they spend. President, the VP, people handling them. I mean, all of them do.
Do you think the speechwriter right now is going, I want y'all to know that's not what I wrote? She stopped looking down.
She's freelancing.
Right.
There she goes.
I wrote something better than that.
Better.
And she got lost. And all that was missing was such as.
Whereas such as.
A substantial moving.
I wish you'd have worked that in there a little bit.
Yeah.
I tell you that Miss South Carolina thing is still precious.
Such as.
Every time I hear it.
Would you take this one more time?
Yes, please.
I'll bring it on.
Hey.
I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past but the future.
South Africa and the Iraq,
That's
everywhere,
clear.
like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
You know,
It's the same answer.
She played that right after it was over and made fun of herself for doing it. Whatever happened to her though? Do you know? Have you seen any stories on it?
What I've picked up years ago,
such as like where did she get work in Iraq?
Yeah, such as South Africa.
In America,
Sherry and I,
overseas.
like we've done with
Maybe she sells maps.
Like we've done with Cram Clam. You can't say in our house, and one of our sons just got back from South Africa, and you can't say that in our house without us all going Africa. South Africa. Where's Brody? He said with John Thomas and South Africa, such as. Rick, I was wondering, could you send Brody? So anyway.
So that was the 2007 Miss South Carolina, and it looks like she is a real estate agent. I'm not messing around. That's what it says.
That's fantastic. That's so good.
This has 4 bedrooms, such as.
Could you imagine?
Now, in the den, it has maps, and you get a special deal if you're from Iraq.
Picture the husband and wife getting in the car. Did you ever figure out how much they want for this house? Is it even for sale?
To you?
Well, they want a price such as the Iraq. We go phone trolling right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, people, let's go. The lines are wide open. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's phone troll time. That means what? That means you can get in here. Here we go. Let's go. It's not a normal phone segment. It's a troll, which means there's no meaningless shout-outs. There's no shameless plugs. No baby predictions, nothing like that. What we're doing is we're wanting to hear from you in America or anywhere in the world to come in and say, this is what I'd like to say. This is my question. This is my comment. And then if you're in line, the buzzer keeps people moving. It's like a dream come true for me. We're forcing everybody to get right to the point. We say what we want to say and we move. 10 lines are open, so it's easy to get through right now. And then because of our friend the buzzer, because barriers are a blessing, the line will move briskly and you won't have to wait so long. Raycon.com/Bubba. Let's face it, everywhere you look, prices are going up and our bank accounts are going down. But let me tell you this. A lot of people out there are going to try to sell you that they've got a duplicate of something, but the quality doesn't always match. We want to caution you about a dupe session. You've heard, you've heard of that. Products that do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or a dupe that you don't want to sleep on, and that's Raycon wireless earbuds. Look, they're as good, if not better, than the premium audio brands at about half the price. Okay, you're paying way too much for a brand name when Raycon wireless earbuds will do the job as good, if not better. And you do not have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. And this economy, purchase needs to be made perfectly. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later if you want to. Easy and free return guarantee. They got 50,000 5-star reviews. So why don't you go get yours now? Our audience loves these. We get emails about these all the time. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We get you another 15% off. Buyraycon.com, 15% off. You can go to rickandbubba.com and find that link under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go, starting with the phone troll. And we will start with Joe in Greenville, South Carolina. Joe, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Awesome show as usual.
Thank you.
I shared this with Mr. Greg earlier. I wanted to suggest a way to get rid of the puppies. Could y'all take the melody of the Bluebell ice cream song and make a video montage of the puppies with Greg and his family?
Yes.
I'm sure and then second, is there any way we could feature the Don Day peanuts in the Rick and Bubba store?
That's a great idea.
He's an idea man, Rick.
Can Don Day crank out that kind of volume? Greg, that would be a great one. You and Lisa are going, we got puppies now down in the valley. That's good. I love that.
Right to the tune of the Bluebell song.
That video of them getting in there to nurse and them little tails wagging, that was funny.
To Trip in South Alabama. Trip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas. I just wanted to thank you so much for your professionalism. I'm not here to give myself a shameless plug, but we had you do a commercial for us, and it was right after your house is sitting over there in California on top of Pelosi. You guys nailed it. We have people come in every day. We had to stop in to see. We just heard you on the Rick and Bubba show. We had no idea you guys were the #1 syndicated show in the world.
Well,
so props out to you guys. You guys are just awesome.
Thank you, Trip. There's been a lot of things said about us. Appreciating your professionalism. We haven't gotten that one a lot, and so
probably never will.
Yeah, thank you, Trip. Appreciate that very much. And I'm glad the advertising campaign is going well.
We always are glad for that.
We continue. Let's go to Toby out of Hartselle. Toby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. My question is for Adler. I wanted to weigh in on the conversation yesterday with the Van Halen Def Leppard conversation where he said he locked his drummers with both arms. Has he heard the band Ghost Inside? Their drummer drums with one leg. It's pretty impressive.
No way. Have you, Adler?
I've never heard of that band. No.
He doesn't drum with one leg.
Well, I'm not being.
band.
That's still the one arm.
It's harder, I think.
No, you're right. I see what you're saying. He's still, he's not actually playing with the one leg.
Oh! I thought he was saying he played the whole drum kit with,
I did
with
too.
just one leg.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe
he's
that's
missing a leg. He's
Just missing it. Greg, I agree with you.
No, it's still incredible.
It's incredible, but I think missing an arm as a drummer is more severe than missing one of the legs.
It'd be tough
I
to
agree.
get over.
But that's still cool.
Yeah,
That's
still impressive.
Ken in Jackson, Tennessee. Ken, 30 seconds, go.
On the kick.
Hey guys, I've got the
Gary.
answer from Kamala Harris. Her problem is, man, she's high. She's smoking some pot or something. You can just tell by the way she talks. I mean,
that's a good point.
She does sound like a stoner who just got the attention of the room, and he looks around, or she looks around, and she's got the room's attention, and they go, all right, walk out your monologue for us. And they're like,
we gotta embrace the time
man.
we're in and know the
present time, man.
because we're in the present, man.
Yeah, right, guys?
Dude. I mean, I think Cheech and Chong did that exact same speech.
Yeah,
they did, by the way.
To Haley in Birmingham. Haley, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment about Sherry looking for a light bulb. We just bought a refrigerator, a brand new refrigerator from Frigidaire, and after about a week of having it plugged in, we realized that it wasn't making a lot of ice, and we had the repairman come out and look at it, and he said that unfortunately with these brand new fridge and freezers, they only make about 10 cubes of ice per every 2 hours, and that's due to the new government regulation.
Good night. You can't even have ice.
You can't flush a toilet. You can't have ice.
See what I mean? They give us a bunch of products, but they're not as good as what we had under some premise of something that likely isn't even taking place.
So
you can't even get the ice to work.
So if you don't have enough ice, what do? You will get another machine that makes larger quantities of ice, or you'll go back to the old ice trays. You remember that when you had to crunch them out?
Oh,
there?
yes.
See, it's like, Hams, did you ever have to do ice trays?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to go back in time with all this kind of stuff. Guys.
Listen, with Mac Daddy at the house, we had to do that a lot longer than we needed to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Remember, if
matter
you
of fact, he may still have some in there now.
Your story today owns us too.
I'm going to tell that on the air at some point, and just not ready for it yet because it's not all.
Let
set
me
up.
know when we have a green line on that, because that's a dandy.
Yeah.
Remember, if you didn't fill the ice trays up, you get in trouble.
Get a lot of trouble.
If you just broke
yeah.
the ice and didn't fill them up.
Yep.
We actually use ice trays in my house, and they have these new ice trays that have a rubber bottom so that you can push the ice cubes out rather than having to like try to.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see.
break
Have
it.
you seen the
That's
ones
kinda
where you
handy.
can get your logo and have logoed ice and all that stuff?
Oh,
I mean,
we
that's
should do
pretty-
that.
That's good to know, Adler, because apparently because of the green movement, we're all going back to that.
Yeah, we
We're not gonna have
use
ice.
them.
You remember the metal ones with the liver in them?
Oh, yeah. And you
That's
pull
what
it
I'm
back.
talking about. You crunch them out.
We had the twist.
We had the plastic.
We're going back to the old ice, the big block they had to bring you with the
The ice
and,
man.
And they had my grandparents, I've talked about this, they had what they call an ice room. It was like a closet that was, somewhat insulated with a drain in the bottom of it. And if you wanted ice, you went in there and chipped it off and put it back on top of the block.
Yeah. And then everybody thought they really.
I lived that, by the way.
Yeah. And then everybody thought they were really sharp when the Iceman would put that big chunk up in the top of your ice box. That was the first ice box that ever came out, but you still had to put a big chunk of ice up there. JD in Tennessee. JD, go ahead.
Tennessee.
Yes, sir. Hey, I was calling to find out if you guys had talked much about AI. I know all this has been talked about with Tucker and Elon having their interview, and I was wondering maybe Tucker got laid off by AI. Maybe AI is already here. Have you guys thought about that?
Well, we've talked a little bit about it as it's kind of been rolling out in the various things, the chat GTP and all that stuff. We have an AI story today, and I was telling Rick about some AI art that I saw over the weekend. It was pretty impressive. But we're going to do this story next hour, so stay tuned for that.
Right, and you say today we may have a tornado.
Oh, we're going to do it next, Rick.
Yeah, tornadoes.
But we're going to need some listener help with this. I'm gonna share where you are in my concerns, and I need input.
Let's go to Brown. Brown, 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
The other day, y'all were talking about boycotts. If I boycotted everything I have a problem with, I would be naked, hungry, and walking.
Yes, that is correct. There, I don't think
you have to pick the less of the evils nowadays.
Let's go to James in Birmingham. James, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, love the show. Hey, just wanted to, I've seen something yesterday, don't know if it's true, but Tucker Carlson got a job as the supervisor at OAN Network or OAN News, whatever it is.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. Yeah, I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but I have not heard that.
Was it One News America? Or
Something, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Something. Yeah. Is that the one that Mullet got in trouble for wearing their shirt?
Gundy got in trouble. Yeah. He had to apologize to one of the players because somebody told him he's supposed to be offended.
Right. We'll come back. Bubba says we have an update. We have an update on tornado damage, and he needs some feedback from you, the audience. So 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Tornado damage update from Bill Bubba Bussey. So, Bubba,
tornado recovery update, Rick. TRU.
TRU.
Is that what we called it last time? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So what about it?
We passed out some early grades. Well, Rick, we were waiting on a structural engineer.
Understood. Remember that? Yeah.
That the insurance company was bringing in, and we got his report. And his report is that the house overall is in good shape. So,
okay, is that good?
Well, that's my question. I think it's good. It means they won't have to tear it down to the ground.
Right.
And it means that reconstruction will be quicker and we will get back into it sooner.
Okay. That all sounds good.
Yeah, my concern is the amount of water that got inside. And I'm being told, hey, they can, now they have stripped, there's nothing inside. There's no inside walls, there's no flooring, no roofing in most of it.
Nothing.
And so, but my concern is water and then possible mold later on and all that. And that's where I kind of need the audience's input on this. I'm told they can spray and treat this stuff, and it will not develop mold. That they're pretty good at this spraying treatment they put on it now.
Yeah.
And a lot of the houses that get mold, even now, if you have wood that's stacked out somewhere and it rains on it, and then they use it, it can harbor mold and moisture, which will turn into mold too. Or, we had a big push with a lot of the sheetrock that came over, and a lot of it was on boats, and it got damp, and that's where some of the mold come from. So, I'm just concerned. I want to get it fixed. I'm not trying to get more than what is deserved out of the insurance thing, but I just want it fixed right, and I don't want future problems.
Okay, so here's your concern. You're the person who had the car wreck, and they say the car's not total, we're going to fix it. And you're like, now my car's going to have issues, and I'm going to have to drive around some car that has been damaged, and it's not going to run like it did before ever again. Is that what you're worried about?
Yeah, basically, yes. Cars are a little bit different because
I know. I'm just using it as an analogy.
Yeah,
you're afraid that this house, with all the things that have happened to it, which I understand there can be worse, meaning nothing left, but with all the water that got in it, and you're saying, so y'all just going to build
Are
this?
we sure we can prevent mold from setting up in there?
So they're not talking about a rebuild. They're talking about just fixing what's there.
Right. You basically have to rebuild about a half of the roof and then all the interior and all the flooring.
And your concern is if we don't do a do-over, so you're telling me this house has had water pouring in it for weeks now, okay, on and off, that y'all can get it back to where I shouldn't be concerned about all that water damage and mold, right?
Yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah.
And I'm not an expert in construction.
No,
I had family members that built houses growing up on both sides of the family, so
and
I'm somewhat familiar with some of that, but not to the expert level by any stretch. And so this is the first house we've had destroyed by a tornado. So
right, it's first time.
I'm kind of learning. Yeah. But I'm just concerned about that. The house was built good to start with. We're going to build it back even better, especially with the roof and all that kind of stuff.
Like Lee Majors.
Right, make it better than it was.
Right. $6 million.
And there's techniques that have been perfected in high wind and high weather areas of Florida and on the coast to withstand higher limits. I don't know if you've ever seen some of the footage of testing that they do of that technique in wind tunnels. It's really amazing.
I have.
What they can do. So we're going to put in, some extra stuff at our cost to fix that.
That was my next question.
To make it right.
That was my next question. Who's going to write a check on that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, the insurance company's just obligated to get it back like it was. And I'm not trying to milk them, per se.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure that when we get it back like it was, that it stays that way long term. That the mold issue, and like I said, I'm not familiar with the spraying process that you use to kill mold. So I know our audience is vast, and they have, of course, varying opinions, but they have a lot of knowledge on it.
Sure. We had that done. We had that sprayed when we had the 2 bathrooms. I don't know if you remember the flooding we had way back when. and they knocked out the walls or whatever and sprayed all that just to be certain all around it.
You hadn't had any problems?
No, well, we've moved since then, but
He got
no,
out
I
of
mean,
there. Hey, Bubba, he got out of there.
no, that was y'all.
He got out of there.
Guys, that was 9 years ago. So we stayed in there for quite some time.
I have complete confidence in these guys.
This is hard to do this serious
Also,
and do a comedy.
Bubba, here's the thing, though. Go ahead, Speedy.
No, I was just going to say, somebody in the business says, tell Bubba that we do this every day, and as long as it's done right, he won't have any problems.
And
that's the key.
That's what I
key.
believe to be true too.
Right.
But Bubba, I don't know if you're about to make, I think, a big mistake, because this is like when we bring something medical to the table.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're not going to get a good report. You're going to hear horror stories over the next 10 minutes.
We're going to get calls, and you're going to get emails, and one will say, and you'll go, "Whew, good, I feel good," and the very next email says, "You are in for a disastrous ride."
Sure.
You know, and so you know, and you know what it all goes back to, don't you? It's all just the hassle of.
Up on the hill where the flowers grow, there's a little stream.
Now we need some reassurance.
Down to the rocks, to the valley deep.
Everybody, is my house going to have mold or not?
Through a rough patch right now, trying to get through, but we don't know how. We don't know just what's going on.
Everybody,
We're trying to carry on.
everybody,
Going
to a rough patch right now.
Our whole world is upside down.
Everybody.
Gotta get our feet back on.
Yeah, going through a rough patch right now.
Why is the term rough patch so funny? I don't know. It just is, especially when you say it.
Hold on, going to. What about the first time I said?
Yeah, oh,
the
you're
rough,
on
if
me,
I
you're
drop,
on me
if I,
with it.
let's go to Hogan. Hogan, can you help? Can you help give Bubba a peace of mind? Yeah, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what I heard is that they make topaz in a spray form. That's what it means.
It's good. All right, Philip, what do you think?
All right. I've been in the business for a while. Are they tearing all the sheetrock out?
Yeah,
Every bit of it?
I think so. Last time I was there, I didn't see.
Is
a
that
lot
crucial?
left.
Is that an important question, Philip? Because he may need to ask it.
Well, does he still wear his CPAP?
Yes.
Because at night, yeah, okay. All right. Well, you have no problems with inhaling the mold. Maybe get Betty to wear CPAP too.
Oh boy.
No,
I'd say that's the kind of
see,
stuff.
that's what
kind
I'm
of stuff we
talking
warned you
about. That's what I'm talking about.
John in Auburn. John, what do you think?
Hey, well, we went through a similar thing with our family about 4 years ago with a house fire. It wasn't a tornado. And it was a disaster. They 3-month rebuild took 9 months. They wanted to replace sheetrock here, sheetrock there, pick and choose. And our family, like you, is there going to be mold? Is there going to be smell, smoke? They wanted to replace this, that, and the other. And our end was a nightmare. Turned out to be well and ended up being a good thing. But just I would focus on a good contractor, basically, is where you need to lie and stick with them, because I came to our house twice a day to check up. And if I wasn't, we would still not be in our house, I believe. So that's my input.
Okay, and all right, we'll come back. We got a guy who's actually saying, "Hey, this is my business." I think, right? Is he a guy in the business? 4.
Yeah, we just need some guidance here on this.
Well, I'm going to a rough patch right now. Got a little mold in my sheetrock. Little holy. Why is my CPAP running dry? All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, on America's boldest radio stations, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, live streaming on the TuneIn app, the live show daily, and also archives of full shows. Our podcast audio archives. Listen to all the show in your own time. You don't have time for all that. There's a best of hour. You can catch that every day. Our best of hour also on Blaze TV and our YouTube channel. And you can also see the show live or catch the archive visually on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel as well. The Wednesday Bible Study archive from yesterday is there on both the podcast and the YouTube channel as we speak. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and please welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. My new nickname, Twister Boy.
Yes.
And anyway, we love the audience, and we love their interaction with the show.
Without them, you and I being a bond, my friend.
Yes, we would. And they always have answers.
They do.
Some are, a little stranger than others. But,
absolutely, they do.
But we've posed this question to them, and I appreciate them allowing me to do that and to giving us some feedback, because we're in uncharted waters as far as my expertise.
So Bubba's house,
I don't really have any expertise in anything.
The
so
latest,
it really makes it
the latest update is from the engineering
structural
engineer is we think we can just fix this current house, rebuild it. There's been a ton of water damage, obviously, and they're saying, hey, no big deal. We can get her back like she was. Paul and you're saying, is this going to be an issue going forward?
Yeah, I'm just looking for input. I appreciate the insurance folks, and they've been very workable to this point. But we want to be sure we're doing the right thing, and I don't think it ever hurts to ask questions as to what the right thing is.
No. Paul in Kansas City. Paul, talk to me. And to Bubba.
Bubba, you are so intelligent.
You know that's a joke, right? I mean,
the company I own is aligned with companies that do this stuff all the time, and I emailed you 2 names that are flawless on remediation. But that's not the main point of the call. Rhonda, Carolyn, and I were down for the golden ticket seats in February.
Oh, yeah.
And I won the Amex card, and I wanted to tell you where it went. I got back to Kansas City at midnight, ordered an Uber. I got picked up by Khalib, a Muslim guy from Morocco, had a big patch on his neck, recovering from a cancerous tumor on his neck. Well, on the trip back home, I'd already set up the tip and the ride, and we were talking about it. He didn't even tell his mother in Morocco because he didn't want her worried. So he had 2 friends that walked this journey with him. And when we pulled in my driveway, I asked him if I could pray for him. And he just broke down, and he said, I would like that. And I prayed for him, and then I gave him that card and told him I just felt led to give it to him. And he broke down again, and he said, that's exactly what I'm short for my day. And he said, could we stay in touch? Because I would like to know more about your God.
Wow, how about that right there, huh? Nobody thought that.
We've stayed in touch. We've stayed in touch, and he is easing his way towards Christianity.
Amen. Wow.
But I just want you to know that's probably the best use of the $50 Amex card you ever gave anybody.
Amen.
How about that?
You just never know, man. It's amazing.
Thanks,
Paul.
Daddy.
So he says the company he works for, they do a good job. Here's somebody else. JC out of New Orleans. JC, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, but I'm good, guys. Since we deal with a lot of water down here, as of course everybody knows, here's the most important thing to remember. You start from the bottom up, and you seal from the bottom up. So, and you also put an additive in the paint that retards molding. So when you paint your sheetrock and your trim molding and everything else that you do, you always add that additive, because there's nothing to stop mold once it starts.
So you would like to see all the sheetrock taken out completely, because
I know most of it is from the waist down.
Don't let them do the cutback. Don't let them do the cutback. Get it all the way out.
Yeah.
Spray everything like you said, but then seal from the bottom up. So you start with your concrete, You put a good epoxy sealer on that. On the day that it's dry, you put the fans in there and get everything good and dry. Work from the bottom up.
Okay. He's real serious, Bubba. I'm telling you, JC is serious.
Email me, sir.
JC, will you please email Bubba at rickandbubba.com?
Be happy to. We have tons of rental houses. We were in the district that flooded, that was underwater for
This guy knows what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. And every one of those houses are still standing today and with no mold.
See there?
Come on.
So we need JC. You wouldn't mind coming up to Lake Martin, would you? Just kind of overseeing the project. Just kind of overseeing it.
I'll pull the boat up. We'll tie up. And I'll come over there and do a free inspection for Bubba. Just let me know when I need to show up.
Tie it up, get your clipboard, and get on out.
Tell you what, and you know what you'll get? An autographed can of Spam.
And can I have some eggs to go with that too? A dozen eggs worth more than the Spam.
No, you're right. You're right. Hey. All right, JC, that's very helpful, but do reach out to Bubba via email too.
I will.
Thank you, man.
See you
Thank
guys.
you. All right, that's the guy we got to have him on our team.
Yeah, he sounds.
I think we got to have him on our team. Let's go to Richard in Starkville, Mississippi. Richard, go ahead. 96.1. Go ahead.
Hey guys, just to follow up on what the last caller said, he's exactly right. But I want to add one thing. Whenever you get ready to go put your sheetrock back in, about every 3 to 5 foot, you need to go find you some local honey.
Well, you'll end up with bees in the wall.
That's so good. It's got to be local, though.
No allergies, though.
You know, I've got an email or two that said not only take out the sheetrock, but take out the ductwork.
Ooh.
Which I hadn't thought about that.
Look at you. Hands in your pocket over.
Wow.
William, Birmingham, Alabama,
somewhere to hang 'em.
ZZK.
People don't know that.
William, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Reiterate a lot of what JC said down in Louisiana, and he is absolutely correct. Even as a DIYer, you can get a mold-killing inhibitor, which is an antimicrobial, that can be sprayed on all the studs, the floor joist, everything that got wet, or anything that you remove the drywall from. There's also mold-killing primer that can be purchased for your base coat on your new drywall. There's additives you can add to the paint that prevents mold and mildew spores from embedding in the drywall. Definitely go with an epoxy on the brick that prevents water from entering into the brick and being absorbed by the drywall. Start from the ground up. That's overlaying it. That way it's just like putting shingles on your roof or siding on. You start from the bottom and you work your way up. That way it prevents extra moisture and all from getting in. But as commercial, as a certified general contractor that I am, I get stuff that's a little more commercial grade, but anybody can go to any of your hardware stores and buy.
William. Easy. We're not doing that. All right, so William, I'd like to get you on the team. Would you email Bubba as well? You're closer. You and JC working together, I think we're getting it.
Yep, that's 2 clipboards we need right there.
Yeah, Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Mr. Burgess, I've been over at your house back 11 years ago with another group installing lights on your house.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, that went
Yes,
bad.
sir.
It went well, though, didn't it?
Back when you was in competition with the lady down the road on the light.
Yeah.
Oh, you work for Lights of Christmas.
Christmas Rhonda. Yeah.
I wasn't going to give any, just like I didn't put out any plugs on my business. But no, seriously though, here, I worked on some houses in Tallahassee a few years back out on Lake Martin. So I know the significance of all the moisture, everything you got, especially with all the woods and the constant rain and the dampness that stays around your home. Definitely go with an antimicrobial mold-killing primer. Do the mold and mildew inhibitor additive into your paint when they spray out the house and repaint the interior of the house and all the drywall. Remember, if the water seeps up 4 inches.
Wow. What did you say? Now we lost.
Wow.
All right.
I think he said, hey, baby, she's gone.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
The mold got him.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Thank you for the input.
I like those 2 clipboards, JC and William.
Yep.
I like those. We'll be back. If you have more information you can help Bubba with, email him too. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We're excited you're here. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend, recording today. Sean of the South will be our guest. Also, looking at upcoming events, May 6th, Phoenix City, Alabama, Somerville Baptist Church. I'll be there for their men's event. I'll be speaking there, Lord willing, on May 6th. If you want those details, men, they do want you to sign up, let them know you're coming so they can prepare. You can do that at rickandbubba.com under events. So take a look-see at that. All right, so, Bubba, a couple of things in the world of AI.
AI!
Yes. Technology. The AI world creeps us out a little bit. The good, the bad, the ugly.
Rick, story today. AI set to transform construction industry.
Here we go.
Artificial intelligence has entered the construction industry, and early adapters say the efficiencies and cost-cutting measures will revolutionize the $10 trillion sector of the global economy.
Translation, robots will enslave all of us and make us work construction. There's
Supply
the
chain and building material software company Dadeville has been using OpenAI's ChatGPT to bolster its program for months and is set to unveil the results at an event in Miami on Wednesday evening, which, may have been last night. Dadeville, a supply chain and building material software company, has been using this technology for months, and they say they're going to give a sneak peek about how the powerful AI tool has improved efficiency and slashed cost for the firm's clients.
I bet it has.
They say the technology will be market changing.
I bet it will.
The construction industry is still dogged by the high material costs and supply chain woes brought on by the pandemic, and Dadeville software aims to help developers and contractors save money and improve their schedules. The help of AI has provided a remarkable boost to that end, they say. And I wasn't able to pull it up. Maybe Adler had found a few. And, of course, everyone...
Go back, the mud is too thin.
Everyone who does this, may get different results. But AI-generated art is also turning into kind of a big thing.
I don't like this story.
And there's a lot of it out there. You can see it. But what I thought was interesting, some of the things that are harder for us to comprehend as humans, like the descriptions in the Bible, say, of angels and visions, or like what Ezekiel saw and the Revelation things.
We unpacked some of that yesterday.
They have put AI art to work with some of this, and some of the pictures that are coming out of it are absolutely amazing. So,
is this some of it I'm looking at, Adler?
One thing that you can see a lot of times in this AI art is like weird lines that don't make sense. Like for some reason, it struggles a lot with horses' legs and things like that. Fingers on humans. It's really wild what this stuff can do and can't do.
Yeah, I saw the fingers. The fingers don't.
Yeah, it's an interpretation, but
legless horses is pretty good.
There was several of angels that I thought was very intriguing, especially. Some of the descriptions you saw were they had multiple faces and eyes.
Here's the four horsemen and things like that. I'm trying to find some different examples.
There was one where I guess it was Daniel's vision of the four world powers that come through. And, they had different things. One was like a jaguar and all this. And the pictures of that were incredible because you never really think about. You read it and you realize this is something,
So you're going to take this AI into the world of our... Of spiritual matters?
I think when
you think that's wise?
When it can paint the picture of what the words say, not change the words, but give us a visual interpretation of it. It's interesting.
It's interesting. It's its opinion on the visual.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Right.
But, an artist would have their opinion on it, too, and how they would do it.
Of course, at least it has a spirit.
The four world powers.
And a soul.
I'm trying to think the Jaguar one that I saw was very interesting, and several of the angel pictures were very interesting. And I was trying to find them a minute ago. Of course, I can't find them.
Sure. Well, that's okay. I don't want to walk down that road anyway.
Whatever you do, don't look up AI art eating, showing people eating.
No.
Oh no, don't do it. I can tell you're about to do it.
This is supposed to be a good segment.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
Don't do that.
So what is it?
It's like it can't handle it.
I don't want to do that.
It can't handle it, and it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like it makes your. It looks like I don't know what. It makes your mind melt because it doesn't look right, and it's scary and it's weird. This was a query that they put into the AI.
You have Dylan Mulvaney?
No, this is that's you type something. You type something.
Oh,
and this is Daniel in the Lion's Den. This is
That's
all
awesome.
created by AI, which is just crazy.
Have you ever seen the actual artist picture where it has Daniel looking out the window and the lions just laying behind him all asleep, and he's sitting there looking out the window? That's
I
one of
like
my favorite.
the one.
I love that
There's one, and I don't know which artist had painted it. It has Daniel there, and it has the lions. It has an angel standing between them, with his hand out, and they're just like little kitty cats watching.
Then there's
I
that
saw
one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say I saw one the other day. It was really nice. It was Greg laying down in the garage with his 8 puppies.
Yeah, that's good. Have y'all seen that one with Helms and Jesus feeding that calf?
I knew that. I knew it.
You saw that coming so far away.
The minute he started talking, I thought, here we go. I thought that was so
bizarre
over.
picture.
Well, I
went
didn't
in-
do it. Okay?
You know, the guys updated though. I saw it just yesterday. Now Jesus has on a UAB shirt, and they turned the calf into a dragon. Of course, you say how things. Yeah,
I found the pizza commercial.
Who died and left an eyeball?
That pizza just or people just
What
put
are you
together.
talking about?
People put together a pizza commercial using 100% AI, and it's very weird and scary. These images don't exist. These images were made by AI. The script was written by ChatGPT. And here it is if you guys want to see it.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
weird.
40 seconds?
It's nightmare fuel. It's 30 seconds long.
Are you ready for best pizza of life? Bring friends down to Pepperoni Hug Spot. Our chefs make pizza with heart and special touch. Cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things. Need delivery? Pizzas come fast. Knock knock, who's there? Pizza magic. Eat Pepperoni Hug Spot pizza. Your tummy say thank you. Your mouth say, Pepperoni Hug Spot. It's like family, but with more cheese.
This is so demonic.
That's
weird.
That
is
I am
weird.
scared. Isn't it weird?
So
It's like their
demonic.
mouths were
It's
melting.
So demonic.
Yes.
This is it.
I like what I was talking about better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I like what I was talking about.
How about
better.
I heard an interview on Glenn Beck of the lady. I think they did a 60-minute special on her where someone called and it was an AI impersonating her daughter, saying she needed help and to wire money. And they were seeking like $1 million.
Like they kidnapped her.
Yeah, and then they come to find out her daughter's with her husband. It wasn't even her.
Y'all, we're gonna have to have code words that we don't say. We just have in our family. We
don't
have a
type it.
Like when you were a kid and your parents would be like, "All right, don't listen to the person they say." Yeah, apple bottom is the code word.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Jerry Springer has gone on in.
79.
Yeah, and Bubba, you and I are not supposed to talk about celebrity deaths.
Well, it was me. I wasn't supposed to announce it, but you announced it.
Well, I announced that Jerry, I thought Jerry had been dead for years. That's my problem.
Rick,
and
are you serious?
No, I didn't. I didn't. No. But so Jerry Springer has just passed away.
We met him in the bathroom of the NBC station where his show was taped, because right down the hall is where we were taping the Jenny Jones show.
Correct.
And that's the first time that we met him in the bathroom.
And then he was on the show, as you just heard that
Yep.
liner, but I don't remember what that was about.
Didn't he try to be legit at first, and then all that, he just finally embraced all that? It was pretty much staged at the end, but he's making tons of money.
Well, he was a politician before that. He had a failed run for U.S. Congress in 1970, got elected to the Cincinnati City Council in 71, and became the city's mayor in 1977 for one term.
Yeah, but it seems like his show when he first started, he was trying to be legit, and then it got
then
it got where it was a fight.
Well, he
every
started
time.
started a whole franchise.
You're here. It says most people don't remember, but when his TV show first started, Jerry's show focused on political issues, very serious. Of course, it eventually became the exact opposite and a rating smash.
Oh, yeah. Right. He basically
then
said,
when
I'm just
he-
going to make a lot of money and let this.
And he
because
did.
some of the stuff they'd come up with.
Unbelievable.
was
And
bizarre.
then when he left the show, his bodyguard Steve took over and did the show. We've had Steve on the show before too.
Really? I don't even remember that.
Rick, I'm not going to say what I normally say when we bring Steve up. We had lunch
Steve
with him.
Wilkos.
Yeah. Did we really?
Yeah. We had like
Did it go well?
a meet and greet, like listeners and stuff.
Rick wants to know if it went well.
Did it go well?
It did. It did. He was very nice.
You had fun, Rick.
He was bald-headed, you remember?
You had fun.
He looked a
You
little bit
said
like
it-
Bull from Night Court.
Did I think that he and I were close like I do with all people?
He was a nice guy. Great
But
conversation.
did I do the normal thing I do where I think we're buddies?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Of course,
How
that's
about-
turned out not to be
Rick,
true.
not really, because you never really truly figured out who he was. You were just kind of going along with
Well,
it.
sometimes I get caught in the movement of the show, and I'm not sure who we're talking to.
How about Jerry hosted a folk music show on a local radio station in Cincinnati before passing away? He cancer ended up getting it.
79.
What kind did he have?
Jerry.
Let's see here. I want to say it was pancreatic cancer,
Mm-hmm.
and they
That's
say
a bad one.
He was diagnosed a few months ago, and this week it took a turn for the worse.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
The first big scuffle was on Geraldo when they threw the chair.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh,
And he
yeah.
got hit in
And
the
then
nose.
I remember thinking, that's crazy. People got physical on these shows. And then once Jerry's took off, there was a fight every segment.
Well,
the crowd
Jerry,
would fight. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
what was the guy's name before Jerry?
Oh, Morton
Downey Jr.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let me tell you. So pull up some old clips of him.
Him smoking and
Oh,
blowing
yeah.
smoke in
Oh,
those
sure.
people's face.
And then Donahue to a degree.
Oh, yeah.
Donahue
Well,
to a
Donahue.
degree.
Yeah.
What an oddball.
Let me tell you, when they would do the Saturday
What
Night
about
Live,
Sally Jesse Raphael?
yeah, when they would do the Saturday Night Live, Donahue, and he would exaggerate how he would try
across
to,
the piano.
and he would dive across rows to get the mic to
Yeah. I mean, lay out.
And who's his wife?
Marlo. Was it Marlo? Not Marlo Thomas. Yeah,
exactly
that's
right.
Marlo
Yeah.
Thomas. Isn't it?
I was going to see if you get that last name.
Yeah.
So, are they still married? Who's
dead?
He went on in, didn't he?
He did.
I think he stopped.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he?
You don't mind.
He always
I know, but
liked
you'll
being
declare.
controversial.
He probably is, but
Are you talking about Donahue?
Donahue.
Donahue. Yeah.
Let me look. 'cause
Then
I
you
think
got
he
Maury
did. I think we
Povich.
actually did
Is
it.
he still on? Still predicting babies?
No, I think,
I think
didn't he
stepped
retire?
down.
Did he?
Yeah, he had some
Him,
health
he married
issues,
kind
too.
of young.
I thought the way he retired was good. They came out and said, Maury, you are not the host.
Guys, Phil, hey, by the way, for those of you that have killed off Phil, he's still alive.
Okay,
See,
sorry
Rick,
about
you
that.
done it
Boy, I bet
again.
he's old.
87.
Good night.
didn't know.
I'm gonna have to start a spreadsheet on you.
I didn't know. There's so many of
Because
them.
think about how many
and people are
radios.
living so long now.
Think about how many people turned the channel or got out of the car and they heard the last thing. He went on in, right?
Can I tell you honestly?
That was the last thing they heard.
Can I tell you honestly, you are right. But unless you know him, somebody not knowing whether Donahue's alive or dead right now, it's not going to impact their life much.
That's true. Rick, I'm going to
That's
give
a
you
great
another one.
point. That's
It's a great point. I mean, if you know him, of course it would.
The other night, Rick, the other night I saw where
night.
Smokey Robinson, not only is he alive, he just dropped a new single.
He did.
Yes,
not.
he
Smokey
did.
Robinson didn't
Yes,
drop a
he
new
did.
single.
Yes, this week.
No, he did not.
Yeah. Oh, Smokey's still up there singing. I think he's like 83, something like that.
Yeah, you're probably right. He said
he wrote all them Motown songs. I bet he got some jack.
I'm gonna lower my voice.
You know, I thought it wasn't all that creative. Tears of the Dementia. I mean,
what is wrong with you last three?
He didn't work as hard on this one.
He phoned it in.
Favorite Smokey song?
Tears of a Clown.
Me too. I agree.
His most recent album is called it's
Look at that, man.
What is it?
Can you say that?
Oh, he's gone trans.
No,
Rick!
I don't think you can put that up
What is
there.
wrong with you for the last 90
It's
seconds?
the name of his album.
I know, but I still don't think you can put it up there.
It's not.
What does it say?
G,
I don't want to say
it. Starts
it.
with a G.
I'm not saying
Gas.
it. You think that's
Gas.
right?
That's what it's called.
Why did you put that on the screen?
That's Rick.
It must stand for
Greg was talking about it.
Yeah, blame it on Greg again.
No, he did. Just had to drop the single.
Calm
He
down.
did.
I'm gonna ask you to calm down too.
He was singing on Idol.
Is that a word I don't know?
Mm-hmm. He didn't sound bad.
I think it's code for something.
I mean, I'm glad, Greg. I'm glad he's got a new album, but I ain't that glad. Hey, look, it's pretty good. I ain't that part about it.
It must stand for something.
It's okay. It's okay. All right.
What is it, Adam?
So a gasm can be
Oh my
any
God.
good feeling that you have.
Well, I bet. Sure.
Yeah.
You think? That's what I thought.
You think?
So it
is.
I
half
think
that
I actually had it right. Yeah. Thank you.
So it's a good feeling.
Well,
he should have
hey,
called it good feelings.
I'll be honest. Hey, at
Wow.
80,
He was
at
happy to
80
get that song out.
at 83, that's pretty impressive.
87.
Is he 87?
That's what somebody said.
No.
that
Oh
was Phil
wow!
Donahue.
Look at the track list.
That was Phil Donahue?
Yeah.
Okay. How old's Smokey?
I don't know.
I think he's 82.
Good gracious,
Greg, you just throw something out
Hey,
there, won't
this
you?
the track list.
What?
I mean,
He's
read it. Cut
83.
one. Cut
You're
one
right,
is
he's
the
83.
is the
Is it 83?
83.
83.
Yeah, Greg, you're close.
See, this is
Is the
what
title
this is
of
what
the
see
album.
these see the title of this album. This is what all these drugs cause.
Yeah.
It was designed for men to get focused before we die.
Yes.
There's your.
Is he trying to be a little bit?
Well, my goodness. Okay. Wow. Smokey,
Smokey-
at 83, he's writing. He's putting. I mean, his song titles are like the latest hip hop artist that just put an album out.
Yeah.
I mean, did you ever think at 83 it would have explicit outside Smokey's new song?
Who is he, R. Kelly?
He should be
All
singing
right.
about when the roll is called up yonder and
Absolutely.
stuff. My goodness. Talking about that stuff at that age.
I'm telling you.
That's not right.
Not right.
Can you just say that word that he's using?
I don't know.
for,
That's a good question.
I do not
For
know.
like anything, like wow,
Yeah.
I really had a good lunch today.
Yeah.
Hey, we had a good.
Well, it would have been an exceptional lunch. I mean,
Hey, we had a good win over Rice.
I wouldn't say
last
good.
week.
I would say exceptional. You know, I've had a lot of good lunches, but exceptional would have to be that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was just a word that can
You
be
just
on
still-
its own.
Well, you sure are still talking, aren't you?
You're leaving it up there
Right.
too for all the world
Sorry,
to
I
see.
didn't know it was still up there.
Right. Right.
He should be talking about nearer, blessed Lord is what he should be talking about.
Absolutely.
My goodness.
I agree with you 100%.
Smokey.
This is what somebody, you know.
How do you pronounce that? What's
No,
how do you
Bubba, please don't make me go back to it. again.
You know how to say it.
Yeah, it's just a
Goodness gracious, what is wrong?
It reminds me of the late Rush Limbaugh when everybody got obsessed with Gorbachev. Remember? And he would say the media would just have one.
It had that word in it.
It did. It did.
It
Same
had-
word.
It had Gorby and
It
put
did.
together.
It had all that. It was very close to that word right there.
Rick, actually, I'm sorry I brought it up now.
I bet
I'll
you
be
are.
honest.
Yeah. You know what started out as a nice little reflection on the the body of work from Smokey Robinson.
The Motown
has
sound.
now turned into somewhat senior citizen porn.
Yes, yeah.
You know it, and
But we started off with Jerry Springer's death. Don't miss that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how we got started.
Yes,
this one here.
I know.
That's how we got started.
Whole segment.
That's how we got started.
That's it.
Yeah, that'll do.
TV4, everybody.
Jerry.
All right, we'll be back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. Any stories you may miss. And Bubba, you said you saw a little bit of the new Skinwalker Ranch. A little
I
bit.
saw
Who's
last
Cage?
week's. I didn't see this week's.
What's this new yawning in this hour?
I
This
don't
is your
know.
new thing.
I've just been yawning a lot lately. I don't know.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big. Bullethead is on the phones. Helmsy, ready to bring you in to chat, and we'll take those phone calls and try to get to a few of those before the hour is done. Hey, MyPillow.com/Bubba. Nobody's surprised by this. The sales for the MyPillow 2.0 are soaring. Why not? I mean, it's you thought pillow perfection could not. There's nothing we can add here. And Lindell thought the same thing until he found out about this new temperature regulating technology. Keeps you comfortable throughout the night. I love mine. MyPillow 2.0 is buy one, get one free right now. And, boy, they are really, really moving. Get yours right now by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba, or you can also go to the sponsors button at rickandbubba.com and grab yours. Bubba, do you want to go any Skinwalker? I know Tuesday night was, episode 2 of season 1?
I believe that's correct.
And you tried to watch it, but all you saw was the episode from last week and then fell asleep.
Replayed the first episode before, or at least I finally found it.
Right.
And watched it, which was really good. They started off, diving right in. And this was before, Travis had not told the crew that he was the lead scientist on the government secret program.
They didn't know
that had come out between the seasons. So when he lands, they're all like, "Hey, Travis, you didn't tell us." He said, "Well, I couldn't. It was top secret. I would go to jail if I told you." So they had to kind of work through that.
That became an issue?
A little bit to begin with.
Did you see anything of interest in?
It was interesting. They started with some really good experiments, and they were using some handheld radar. Now, this was the second episode where they put all the drones up. Mm-hmm. And I had dozed off at that point. I was just tired, and it was too late. It didn't start till like 9 o'clock.
No way. 9 o'clock Central?
What?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I'm out by then.
Did you see him move?
Look, there's Bubba.
It looks like it's
pushed
outlining something, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
They were in a helicopter doing surveys with this radar, and something kept pushing the helicopter out, and there wasn't any wind to mention. So
what do you think about that, Greg?
No, I need a little more than that.
Well, you hadn't seen it.
I'm just.
Have you seen the episode, Mr. Negative?
You ought to see their radar. Their radar shows an image of something that is following them.
Why don't you sit down, let the puppy suckle, and you watch a little?
I may do that. The wind blows every now and then. Come on.
To the phones we go. Channing.
Not like this, Greg.
Is standing by Birmingham, Alabama. Listen to ZZK. Channing, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
I was calling about the issue with Bubba's Lake House with the tornado.
The rough patch.
Well, I'm an insurance adjuster. I'm in the business. I work for a company here in the state.
Trying to beat us out of a dime.
I had a claim here very similar to that several years ago. Tornado hit a house, ripped the roof off, had a structural engineer come in. Basically, on our claim, what we did is structural engineers said everything was fine, had a few things to be addressed, sealed the house off, basically started the repairs, got the house, airtight, and then brought in dehumidifiers, fans, everything like that to dry out everything. So after that, basically everything's good to go. Start the repairs, they can dry it out until it's down to basically the moisture reading that it should be. Everything has a moisture reading. So once they get it down to that certain percentage, everything should be good to go from there.
Well, now you're leaving out a lot of steps. These other guys are talking in about paint that will keep the mold from coming
spraying
in,
everything,
spraying all that,
microbial spray.
It's antimicrobial.
There you go.
Some people say Clorox, but it's an antimicrobial. It kills any mold and also seals it, prevents it from coming back.
Okay.
That is all done. Usually they.
If it kills mold, is it bad for you? You think?
No.
What if you're a little moldy?
What about black mold?
Mm-hmm.
Well, asbestos.
Black mold, that's
asbestos wasn't bad at one time either.
Yeah, now black mold, that's a different game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
well, if there's the presence of black mold, usually you have to get an air quality, somebody to come test it, and they'll actually write up a protocol that has to be followed to kill any black mold or anything like that.
I just call it black mold.
That's
Black
right.
mold.
Yeah, black mold.
Wouldn't be a bad band name.
No. Black mold. Yeah,
Black mold. That's not a bad name for a band.
Black mold.
866 We Be Big is our number. Les in Florence, listening to WLAY. Les, go ahead.
Hey, Bub, I got a couple things for you.
Yes, sir.
On the lake, yeah, on your lake house, keep it or coast it. I would coast it. I just think it's time to get rid of it. And anytime Bubba has breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or a bag of M&Ms, he has a gasm.
Oh, wow.
M&Ms
See what you've done, Adler?
M&Ms are really good.
Now it's gone into the audience.
You
Now,
mean
now-
the somewhat healthy snack?
Oh, yeah.
Blame Smokey Robinson, okay, not
Right.
me.
But Dad, it's Smokey. Remember that commercial?
Well, this time, so how about that? 866 We Be Big, Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Mike standing by. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Great show as usual.
Thank you.
Done a lot of work down here with the hurricanes and stuff, dealing with insurance companies and homeowners and things. And the most important thing that Bubba can remember is that Jake from State Farm, he ain't your friend. And anybody on that side of the desk, their job is to minimize the money they spend.
Yep.
Always. Always remember that.
Oh, yeah. You got to know that's just the truth of the situation.
That's just how it is. You're getting good advice. Take all the drywall out, get your moisture readings, use antimicrobials, all that's good advice. That's the right thing to do. Get one of those pros to come in there and be on your side, be your advocate, Bubba. It'll cost you a little money. It's well worth it.
Yep, no doubt. You need an advocate.
Advocate.
One thing we didn't get to today is, this whole thing going on with, and I know we're all tired of it, which is why we didn't get to it, but I thought this was pretty substantial. But, it's almost like hearing that Bruce Jenner has, when he speaks to these biological males competing against biological females in sport, did you see where Martina Navratilova has come out against Leah Thomas?
Oh yeah, she's been a big proponent for biological women in this, and saying that they shouldn't get to compete. And even though, and you've had other people like Billie Jean King, who also is a tennis legend,
right,
who have come out in support of Leah Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
So you see some split in this, but the bottom line is, and that if these biological men were allowed to compete, Billie Jean King may not be where she is today. Martina may not be where she is today.
Absolutely.
So, we're talking about life. It's one thing.
Yeah.
What you do as an adult.
Yeah.
You have a lot of freedom in that area.
Sure.
To chase whatever dreams you want to. But when we talk about a competitive edge, and that's what all these organizations, whether it's a high school, NCAA, whatever, it's all about keeping the competition fair and not letting someone have a competitive advantage over someone else. And this is the biggest competitive advantage you can have.
Yeah.
It's amazing that it's even up for discussion.
Exactly. I can't even believe it.
Leah Thomas was on a podcast recently talking to some dude and said that it's not trans athletes that are causing the problem. It's actually the patriarchy that's keeping women down and hurting women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
sure.
Well, I saw Leah Thomas too. Basically, was taking issue with Riley Gaines' protest of her, and saying, "Well, this is nothing but transphobia and all this other stuff." And they come back and said, "No, this ain't transphobia.
No.
This is a real issue here. We don't have a predetermined issue."
They always go those kind of words.
Yeah.
And she says, this is the exact quote from Leah Thomas, using the guise of feminism to sort of push transphobic beliefs. See, that's always the fallback position. No, what we're talking about is not any kind of phobia.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is science, and we're talking about something that just is true. And I'm sorry that we've all adapted this new thing that whatever I have decided to do in my private life, the whole wide world has to adapt to me, and nobody can tell me that I have any limits on what I can and cannot do.
Yeah.
But there's limits on all of us on what we can and cannot do, and you're not exempt of that.
Nope.
And that's kind of what Martina and Riley Gaines have been saying. Look, we're biological females. I don't think anybody's going to accuse Martina for being anti-LGBTQ+.
No.
But she still is talking about something that is just true.
Yep.
And as you said, her career might look a lot different if men could compete against her. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.